them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Look at you.
Hey, so, Dama.
There's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, there's so many, yo, there's so many, there's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, you, my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offside. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, yeah, the ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep trying. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood. That just mean I'm Hollywood. All of y'all, I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us. You see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many. Hey, there's too many lies, hey. Yeah, like so, Indies, Dama.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion, we probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering, I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Hey now, hello, good late afternoon. How's everybody today? Is the music down low enough to the point where you can hear me? Hey, big dog. Hi, big dog. Hey, Anthony Lowe. I see ya, Bucky. Stop that. Copper Sunset. Hey now. Bucky. Hey, Bucky. Enoch. Howdy. Hey, and everybody watching. I know I have a lot of politicians today because I reached out to a lot of politicians today. So they will probably join the panel. It's possible because today my focus has really been in getting politicians on my panel. So what I'm going to do is put the link. I'm going to pin it to the top for any politicians out there that want to click the link. I'm going to pin it to the top. It's called StreamYard. If you click that link, you'll be able to join me because the topic I'm covering today could be pretty touchy and bothersome to some people, but that's okay. But we need to talk about it. Hey, how are you? How are you doing? Good. Divine, how are you? Divine, how are you? Hey, Lady Moon. Hey, love. Hey, y'all. So today's topic is literally about the demolishing of the hoods across the 50 states. Okay, the demolishing of the hoods right before your eyes, and a lot of our people can't see the takeover, and they're not looking at it. At least a lot of our people are not looking at it from that perspective. This is why I have questions for politicians. What's happening is a lot of old structures are being either remodeled, okay, and turned into these beautiful condo town-like homes, and right in our hoods, right before us, and it's been going on for a while. Gentrification, and listen, we're going from affordable housing to unaffordable housing in our communities. Yeah, the takeover, it's happening, and no one's doing anything about it. And I have a lot of questions to ask our political leaders as to, okay, you're sitting in these local municipalities, and they're just questions, they're fair questions. How are you sitting on many different town councils and allowing the unaffordable homes to be built in the inner cities, where many of our people have resided since the Great Migration and the Black Wall Street? And when you look and see who's sitting on these city councils, you wonder, how do you allow affordable housing to be removed from the inner cities and allow unaffordable housing to be built? And I'm literally looking at the pricings of like an efficiency apartment, $1,500, $1,600, $1,700 being built in the inner city hoods. Who on low poverty income can afford to live in these beautiful condo like townhouse homes? Who are they being built for? They're certainly not being built from the taxpayers of that community. So I'm just trying to figure out how all this comes into play. Who gives the approval? I mean, I know the local towns have to give the approval, but it's like, I don't understand how something like this happens. And I reached out to a few pastors as well, and I'm just trying to see, they're just rightful questions that we can ask. What I can tell you is, when things like this happen, this prompts us to act as a people. And I want you to know the impacts of this. So we're going to be out in the streets, in the inner cities, knocking on doors, setting up shop, and explaining this to the people in the hoods in different states, in all the states. I'm going to show you the flyer, to be exact. This is the actual flyer that Waya Nation will be out in the streets canvassing and things of that nature. And we're so focused and distracted by the federal level of elections, with the Trump and Kamala Harris thing going on, that we're not paying attention. We're paying way less attention to what's going on in our local municipalities. And this is it's really interesting, and it's okay for us to be educated on it. But the flyer that's going to be passed out, and we're going to be doing this across the 50 states, starting on August 25th, will be out And we have thousands of flyers that we're passing out and sticking under folks' doors. This very flyer, and across the 50 states, we're already on board and on code because Wyatt has members in all 50 states. So one of the first questions is, the name of the flyer is Demolishing Inner City Communities Across the 50 States Right Before Our Eyes. And the question is, how is this happening? Well, the way it's happening is they're, number one, building unaffordable homes, unaffordable condo housing, townhouse type housing in the urban areas. And renting them out to people not historically from these communities. And literally, they are literally building unaffordable condo type housing. And they're building them in our urban communities. They're remodeling old businesses that used to be in the community, 4 or 5 story businesses that have been just abandoned, and they're remodeling them and changing them into these luxury type housing like this. You're probably seeing these across the 50 states. Now, the funny thing is, if you look in China, their units housing looks like this, but that's another story. But these are the housing. You see them with the little balcony on the front there, and a lot of them have balconies, and they're being built right in the downtown urban hood communities across the 50 states. And nobody's saying anything. I mean, the people in the urban and our hood communities are looking at them being built and saying, oh, how beautiful. And their first thought is they're being built for them. But by the time they build them and the signs go up, the signs are, for the rents are so unaffordable. It's insane. I mean, no one. And another thing, they're not renting them out to people that's on Section 8. They're being turned down. And now, I don't know if that's because it's it's private properties going up versus public, and that they don't have to rent to Section 8 folks if they don't want to because it's private. I don't know. These are things that we need to be educated on, and we can get educated right from our local municipalities by attending and asking questions. And in meetings that we can ask questions in. How is this happening? How are you in your community for so many hundreds of years? I mean, through your birth life. How are you 30 and 40 years old and nothing this beautiful is being built with your tax dollars in your local towns for you to live in and your family? Why is that? Yeah, they're in a lot, and they're all over the place. Why are unaffordable housing being built right in your communities, and you're not able to afford them, but you're seeing people that don't look like you and never been in your community moving right on in? That's question. I mean, my question would be, oh my goodness, I've been living in this community for 30, 40 years, and nothing's so beautiful has ever been built for me and my family. And I'm a working class citizen, and I can't afford this. Yet tax dollars are being taken out of my funds, and the local city is receiving, taxes from me, whether I have a car. They're getting my car tax. They're getting my employment tax. They're getting taxes on from my landlord for the mortgage payment taxes and things of that nature. And you've been paying, let's say you've been paying, rent to your landlord who owns your home that you live in, and you're certainly contributing to their tax dollars so that those monies go to your local municipality. Okay. And it's like really wild. Now I'm talking about see you time. Hey, how are you? I know you sign up for them, but a lot of these units that are being put up are not units that you sign up for. They're actually being sold as condos and townhomes. So they're like being sold. So you have to buy them. And in the units that are being built around my area now, I don't live generally in the inner city hood, but I live, like in a suburban area, but it's considered, I say, the white hood because it's predominantly Europeans that live where I live. But they have units being built, and they're these units, you're no such thing as lottery, honey. You have to buy them. You have to buy them. They're like really expensive. Like I'm talking like $3,000 and $4,000. Now, see, the cost of living in Connecticut is like totally different from California and New York, but they're catching up to New York now. They're on point with New York now. Connecticut, for some reason, are followers. They always follow New York. So New York's accustomed to having rents $2,000 and $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. Now Connecticut is caught up to New York because now 1 and 2 bedrooms are between $1,700 and $2,000 a month and up. So now these new condo-like apartments that are right there, literally in your hoods, like a block away from your hood, okay, are being built, and they're charging $3,000 and $4,000 a month for mortgage payments. Now, the people in the hoods, some of them don't even make $500 a week, let alone being able to afford a $3,000 mortgage a month. Are you kidding me? And it's like wild. And so that's on the list, that we're sharing with the people in the hood. We're passing out the flyer, and they're able to sign up. At the bottom, you clip it off. They're able to sign up to join the fight. But again, I'm going to go through this again. Let's just go through the flyer first. But demolishing inner city communities across the 50 states. This is something nationally across the 50 states. And what's happening is the building of unaffordable condo townhouse type housing in the urban areas and renting them out to people not from your community. Number 2, they're building unaffordable 55-year-old and up communities. And when you hear me say that, they're building unaffordable 55-year-old and up communities. It's restricted. You have to be 55 and up communities. And guess what? They're keeping your granny out because granny can't afford it. Who are they building? When they want a particular population in a community, their restrictions, it's the being able to not afford it. 55-year-old and up communities. For real. Just last year, you guys, People were paying rent in Connecticut at $800 a month for 2 bedrooms. Now, this year, I kid you not, so unaffordable and unbelievable. What else is happening? The impact. This is what's happening. Providing business loans or grants to non-citizens via services provided by nonprofit organizations. And we're going to get into that a little bit. Now, the eligibility for grants varies by sponsor. Many grants are available to non-U.S. citizens and foreign nationals. Some grants require United States citizenship or affiliation, while others may have additional requirements. But right there in your face, it's telling you that many grants are available to non-U.S. citizens and foreign nationals. And that's a fact. Hey, Copper Goddess, Cherokee born. How is that possible? And the people that live right in those communities and have been in those communities for 30 and 40 years are being turned down for grants. And they've been citizens since the establishing the United States. And they're actually indigenous, aboriginal to this soil. And they are being turned down for grants to open businesses in their community. Oh, we're going to get there. And I don't understand this. And this is something that has to be asked at the local level because it's crazy, you guys. The continuous approval to establish foreign businesses in your lifelong community via services provided by nonprofit organizations. And we're going to get into that. Again, what's happening? Under what's happening? Continuous approval to establish foreign businesses in your lifelong community via services provided by nonprofit organizations. And 5, racist landlords who are renting/selling rent-to-own commercial structures to only foreigners. And we're going to get into that. And so just exactly what is that? What is that? What do you mean when you say that providing business loans or grants to non-citizens via services provided by non-profit organizations? All right, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to explain in a manner in which you can understand what that means. So let's say, who's in the chat? I love you guys. We got 1,900 people watching. So, it's hitting a nerve. But I would, offer that politicians hit the link. It's point to the top. Now, let me explain to you how that happens, how the foreigners are getting, we call them loans and grants from nonprofits. How does that work? Well, hey, Charlene. Hey, Copper Goddess, Straight Smoke. How does that work? Well, let's pretend Cherokee born is from some country other than United States. Okay. Let's say she's from Russia. Right? We're going to pretend that Copper Goddess is from Russia. And she's a citizen of the United States. She was born here as a citizen. So she, Straight Smoke, Charlene Austin, and Anthony Lowe established a non-profit corporation, right? I'm explaining it in this manner because I'm, making sure that my community understands how it works, and I'm explaining it to them in a way that they will understand it. Even if they do understand it, there are some that don't. So again, we're saying that Copper Goddess, Straight Smoke, Anthony Lowe, are from Germany, and they are all born here in America. They're American citizens. Okay. And they establish a non-profit corporation to help Russian immigrants. I can't remember if I said Russian or German nonprofit corporation. Hey, love you, Bridget. American Isness. Hey, love y'all. So they established this nonprofit corporation because they're all Russians. And so they established this nonprofit corporation so that they can help Russian immigrants. Hey, buddy, how are you? So that they can help Russian immigrants when they get over here. So see, a lot of us blame this, put a huge blame of this on local governments. I mean, state, federal governments. But once you get in, living in a particular state, it gets down to the municipality. But they established this non-profit Russian nonprofit Russian organization to help Russian immigrants and Russians from all across the United States, including probably Russia too, is donating money so that that nonprofit can operate and function. Right. So they're getting all this nonprofit, Russian nonprofit organization is getting millions and thousands of dollars on a weekly, daily, monthly basis. They're getting the funds to operate. So now people that are members to that nonprofit corporation who automatically have deducted from their pay or whatever so that it hits that particular nonprofit for Russians. Okay. Yeah, it's a really rich corporation. So all this money's coming in from Russians and Russia every month to this nonprofit corporation. So now when their families, they're ready to send, let's say something broke out in Russia and people just are leaving and looking for refuge to come somewhere else because wars going on, bombs going on, everything is going on. Their families are getting robbed over and Russia and whatever is going on that is not good. So Copper Goddess said, you know what? I need my mother over here. I'm sending for my mother to come here and stay with me. It's too dangerous for her to be living over there in Russia because bombs are going off. Everything's going off. So she's Copper's a member of the nonprofit for Germans. And she is working. She has a, decent job. She's sending mom a flight ticket or whatever to get here in the United States. Over in Russia, her mom has a bakery that she's worked in and owned since Copper Goddess was 2 years old. So now mom's not old and she's not ready to retire. Mom's 55. But she's not ready to retire, but it's very dangerous with mom opening the bakery and selling stuff, and she's booming, selling things. So Copper Goddess said, no, Ma, you come here and open your bakery. So mom shuts her bakery down over in Germany or abandon it. Okay. And she comes here and she's not returning. So she probably will get a new name or she'll keep her same name. But she's out of there. She's out of Russia. So mom gets over here. And guess what? That nonprofit already knows her mom is making mad money in Russia off her bacon. So when she come over here, the nonprofit, because she's a member and her mom's a member, they automatically are going to pay for these structures, commercial structures that are abandoned in our hoods. Nobody's paying it any mind. And it's just sitting there. So now Copper Goddess done contact the owner of this depreciating commercial structure and worked out a deal with the actual owner of the structure that's abandoned, and the owner of that commercial structure said, all right, you could do rent to own. And so now she got her mother's bakery up. Boom, boom, boom. Just that's how it works, y'all. All foreigners establish nonprofits to help their people in their country, because a lot of foreigners, moms and dads and cousins and sisters and brothers, don't live here. They live over there. And now Copper Goddess is like, I don't want nothing to happen to my mother. I'm sending for you. Mind you coming here, because they're crazy over there right now in Russia. And I need you here. You can open a business here. And mom's like, well, okay. If that's what you want, baby, I'm coming. But that's how that works everywhere. And guess what? And that's okay, because the funds are not coming from the local municipality or the federal government to establish and fix that particular structure. It's coming from the nonprofit that the Russians have funded and supported for 30 years. That Russian nonprofit has been in business 30 years. So they have mad money for situations like this, so that they could transition out of the foreign country and into the promised land. Because that functioning nonprofit can get things up and popping, the business for her mom. And see, the problem is, again, with us now, give me a 1 if you understand that particular scenario, because that's, for the most part, how a lot of businesses are established right in your hoods, in your face, because these nonprofits, are foreign for foreign business. And this is how it works. And you live right there in the vicinity of these structures, but you're not on code. See, that's the problem in our community. You're not on code. So now you have all these foreign businesses in your community. And guess what? They stay there because you keep buying from them. You keep buying from them. You get up in the morning and you go into the bakery to buy bread. That's your fault for not establishing a nonprofit to support your community. What do you want them to do? You can't hate on them and you can't get mad because you're not doing it. And why are you not doing it? Give the question. I'll tell you why. And I'm going to read it. I'm going to put it up. The harm that this causes, this demolishing right before your face. Now, when I say demolish, it doesn't always necessarily mean a big tractor trailer coming to knock down the structure. Demolishing is just point blank putting up businesses in your community in your face because you're not. That's what's happening. And you're allowing it right in your own community that you've been paying taxes in since you started working. And you're not making use of your tax dollars. Now, the questions that I have for these city councilmen and women, loco, is how is this happening? Do they have any say-so about this? Do they have any say-so about this? How can your local municipal leaders educate you on how this is happening? And if they don't educate you, the sad part is, how can they expect your vote next time they run for office? And if they win, they cheat. If you have the whole hood not voting for them, how could they possibly win? That's the question. Literally. So now, these are questions. So what kind of harm is building all these foreign businesses in your communities? How is it harming you? Because like we spoke about the other day, the day before yesterday, we have the old news article, okay, where it says the Negroes acquired 1 billion in real estate in the United States. They owned 180,000 farms. 100. What is your thought of owning 180,000 farms? You were producing and providing the vegetation and poultry for our communities. 180,000 farms. Just let that sink in your head. And this is the primary source. This is in 1912. 1912, y'all, in the United States. This is a real and official primary source because it was written in the time that it occurred, that Negroes owned 180,000 farms in the South. Now, give me a 1 if 180,000 farms sound like a lot to you. Is 180,000 farms, are you feeding the planet, or is that a small amount of owning 180,000 farms? What is the first thing that comes to your mind? That in 1912, as a people, we owned 180,000 farms. That's in 1912. We also owned, there were 400 self-supporting newspapers that came out daily and weekly, owned and published by Negroes in the United States. 1912. That's in 1912. We had 3,000 physicians. $2,000 lawyers. We owned 41 schools and colleges. This is all in 1912. $45 million was spent on church property. This is in 1912. What happened? Now today, this is insane. I have questions for these local municipal leaders. What happened to the 180,000 farms? What happened? We own 50 banks. Where are they? And they were flourishing and prospering. Well, we know Black Wall Street happened. They burnt down, and that was pretty much across the states. If we owned 180,000 farms, do you realize we were feeding the world? And in 1912, they have acquired for 50 years prior to 1912. This is why you have to be very careful about our history, because it's a lie. 50 years prior to 1912 takes you to 1862, where we owned and acquired 180,000 farms. You have to think, how in the hell is a no writing slave gonna own that many damn farms? This is why it's so important that we wake our people out so that they learn that the stories that we're giving about our history was a lie. There's no way. And to say that Africans own all these farms, no. They were called Negroes. They were Indians. 180,000 farms owned by Negroes who are not Africans. And the article tells you this. It tells you. Because back then in 1912, they wanted to disenfranchise the Negro in 1912, and they did successfully do it. Because if you look up when was Black Wall Street, we were flourishing so prosperously as a people. Okay? We talking about our granny's great-grandpa. They said, because they were so angry because we were flourishing, that they said disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa. And somebody said, well, wait a minute, hold up. That would be absurd and impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. So how are you going to take it from him? Burn it down like they did? And then they go into saying African. He is not an African. He says, besides, send him back to Africa. What? That's crazy. And he said, besides, the Negro is not an African. He's an American. African is a misnomer. So this is the part where we got to educate us. Now, y'all remember when Granny told you when you was little? Granny, all grannies told you this across the 50 states. Everybody got the same story. Granny said we was Indian. Granny said we was Indian. Because we are the Indians that were enslaved. Yeah, we are. And it's no rocket scientist. They printed it in the damn newspaper. So it's not a secret. If it's printed in a newspaper and published publicly, it's printed in a newspaper in 1912 and it's published publicly, it was never a secret. So who's responsible for keeping that big old dirty secret from you? Everybody telling you African. I know I'm not an African. I knew when the movie Roots came out. That's the only time black people literally start saying, oh, I'm African, and they start wearing dashikis because everybody thought they had a Kuta Kente in their family. We didn't have nobody in our family that had their toe chopped off or they half of their foot chopped off. Now, we got some folks in our family that got bunions and ugly feet, but they ain't get them suckers chopped off. Listen, y'all, listen. We stopped doing what we used to do. Well, a lot of it was by coercion and force. We were at war for the dismantling of our former businesses in our communities. We were forced migrated from the South. Many of us were forced migrated from the South because we kept getting threatened and told that if we don't leave in a certain amount of time, that they was going to shoot up our house, burn it down. All these things happened to our grannies and grandpas in the South. So that's why they fled to the North. There's many reasons why our grandpas and grannies fled from the South to the North to escape that. Because they was lighting your house on fire because we were flourishing so well. We were providing food for the world. With 180,000 farms, can you not feed the world? We are the world. We were feeding the world. And these are the stories where mannerism came in our household as being Generation X, boomer, and back. You couldn't sit at the table with Granny when her girlfriends and Grandpa and them was all talking. You had to get out because these are the conversations they was having, and we wasn't supposed to sit in front of grown folk to hear these family stories about the family land. All kinds of ways we lost our farmlands and lands. For the most part, predominantly, it was by fraudulent taxes billing. But Granny and them had stories, which is why so many of our families don't get along, because somebody in the family, through passing down through the heritage, sold the land right while we was living on it. Next thing we knew, we had a new master. So understand, the terminology master back then meant the same thing as head of household. Understand that. Oh yeah, I show you the articles where husbands sold their wives when they got tired of them. Fathers sold their daughters and sons when they got tired of them, sold them to somebody else who bought them. You go live over there on Master such and such land. We got all those records. And this is what they wanted to wash away from our memory, because how it would affect us. Would it make us and keep us in an emotionally state of mind? These are the conversations that were held by Granny and great Granny at the kitchen table. You couldn't sit and listen, but you know me and my little nose just up. I'm eavesdropping. I'm going to listen for everything. Now I didn't hear, and the story that I heard that I wasn't supposed to hear because I was eavesdropping, and I did know that how my granny and them got here in the 1930s. Okay, 1929 was they set the family farm on fire. They had to get out. I heard that, but I heard some other stuff I wasn't supposed to hear. How Granny's sister was sleeping with Granny's husband and had a baby by him, and it was a well-kept secret that your cousin ain't your cousin, your cousin's your brother. You know, that kind of stuff. I wasn't supposed to hear that, but I was listening. But shit, the kid got to grow up and look like somebody. Why he look like my grandmother's husband? So all that kind of stuff was going on these big farms, because you ain't know if Grandpa was sneaking out and going to Aunt Lulabelle house. Aunt Lulabelle house could be somewhere across the field on the land. Now, remember, you got 16 families living on a farm, and that farm could be like 200 acres. So it's nothing for Grandpa to sneak through the woods and end up at Aunt Lulabelle house going over there to do the you know what. All that kind of stuff. But anyway, let's not get off too off track. But how is this demolishing? And I said, demolishing isn't just by big construction tractor trailers coming to knock down units. No, demolishing meaning restructuring and refurbishing already existing structures and turning them into condos. Beautiful. Okay, these loft apartments turning, oh gosh, these literally. Now, let me put that picture back up. I'm just using this as an example. Not all of them are like this, but this building could have been a former bank. A former bank. Right? And the one back of it, these could have been former banks and insurance companies. And they turned them into these apartment complexes. But you're not living there unless you're paying $3,000 a month on your working class income. People on working class income don't even make $2,000 a month. A lot of them don't. And they're not eligible for Section 8 because they make too much money. So how the hell are they going to afford to live in there? But you get the drift across the 50 states. So these are questions that should be asked by your local municipality. Now, if the panel is open, so for anyone to click it and come on up here. But the harm of all this demolishing, what has it caused in our community? What harm has it caused? And why can't we be in the same position as foreigners? Well, it comes from lack of community support. Nobody's establishing the 501c3s and building the funds to help our community put those businesses that were back in our community. It would be so lovely to go wake up a Sunday morning and go to Lula Mae's kitchen restaurant and have some damn fish and grits. Every day you don't feel like cooking, but Lula Mae got them fish and grits cooking starting 6 in the morning in your community. All those are gone. Now they got foreigners making like, and you want to just spit that food out. Like, who the hell told Wu Lu Tu he could fry fish? And who told Mabupra from India they could fry fish? Oh no, this ain't like Betty Jean fish and grits. The reason why and the harm it's caused, the depression, lack of community support, lack of nonprofit building, let me get it up, lack of participation in local municipality meetings, so you can raise questions like, hey, can anybody explain why and how all these foreign businesses are being built in the communities? Well, the establishment of those countries' nonprofits over here to help those immigrants that come in from that particular country. They automatically know where to go for immediate help. If I'm coming in from Germany, I'm going to the German nonprofit organization to get help to start my own truck delivery business. Oh yeah, we'll get it open for you. Boom. It's open. That's called lack of nonprofit building, lack of participation in local municipality meetings, lack of reestablishing the businesses our families once owned, lack of running in state and local government elections, lack of becoming part of local militias, being police officers, so that you can say, okay, you're not fairly treating the people in the street. We need more police officers that understand, and have concern about the dangers of their people getting killed every day accidentally by police, and lack of addressing the local and state departments of education for teaching you crappy education about your history. Because right now, all of the brown kids think they would just come from slaves and that's it. And it's a lie. It's a lie. And it's our own people that look like us that's teaching this lie. The slavery that took place over here is different from the slavery that took place in the islands. So all of us don't have the same story. Just because we're brown doesn't mean we come from slaves. You actually come from very educated ancestors. There's no way you can own 180,000 farms and 51 banks and be dumbballs. Now, yes, can you be educated fools? Yes. But we need to stop the false rumors about our ancestors being these dumb people, because it's just not. There's no way you can operate business. 180,000 businesses and be dumb. You knew how to operate business. You had fish markets, you had clothing stores, everything. What happened to them? There's a history about what happened to them. But you're not being properly taught that in school. You're being thrown in because you're brown skinned. Okay. Because you're brown and you look like me, you're being looped in to an African story. And that's not your story. So I'm going to, at this point, invite any politician to the panel for a professional conversation because they have a very different perspective and explanation than I do. These are my observations. A lot of it's my observations, and I really like to hear. This is open. This is not the racist channel. This is the channel for discussion, and we are the dangers to them being voted in their positions in our community because we can make these signs. This is our flyer that we're passing out in our community in Connecticut. People are going because of my reputation. Definitely, they know me in this whole state. So building community, the building, community organizing starts with getting contact information from the people in your community to come into private meetings with you. And this is the way it's done. It's literally an agenda. And then at the bottom, there's a form for them to fill out. And all we have to do, and Wyatt does, is clip the bottom part out and there to keep the top part. So now we have their information. And oftentimes they say, you know what? I like what you're doing. And they donate to your nonprofit. We are. And that dollar amount is written on the bottom. And we need those for our records, for our accounting firm, for our accountants. They need that bottom piece. But do you see how community organizing works? Slipping these flyers under their doors. You get a long line of people that are waiting to fill out this form, and you clip it and you have your little drop box at the end of your table of your setup, and you have their information so that you can put them on your email database. So you can send them out information through email, and you can also call them on the phone. Hey, Tina, we're having a meeting tonight, girlfriend. Click the link. Oh, for real? Yes, that's how it works. And you could separate it all up. You could separate the distribution list. You could filter it to men when you want to meet with all the men in the hood. And you can flip it to where you want to meet with the women in the hood. And then you can get real funky with it by flipping it to by error. You could sort it, your database to, okay, I only want to meet with the boomers tonight. So that's going to be someone that's 60 years and older. You could flip your database to set up a meeting to meet with everybody born in that are Y generation, which is a really cool meeting because they're an interesting group. You could flip it to X generation by era. It's so many different ways that you can interact with your communities. Oh, yeah. So many different ways. And it just requires a lot of us teaching our communities how you do that. This is how you do it, sweetie. You built your database. You built your coalition. These are the people that are saying, you know what? I'm tired of all these homes being built, unaffordable homes being built in our community off our tax dollars. Well, wait, is it really off your tax dollars? Or is it that nonprofit that already raised money to get it popping? That's the question you got to ask. or is it the town? The town can answer your questions. But then if it's a nonprofit, you certainly got to see the budget, where the money's coming from. Freedom of information. So I'm going to play a little music and give everyone an opportunity to click the link and join me. And you can check me at the door, because I really like to hear your feedback on this particular flyer. Now, this flyer, now we actually made it huge. It's poster size with these bullet line items on it. So that's what's going to be. We're going to be live too in Connecticut. We're going to go live so you can see us interact with the community. So we're going to be live on the 25th, and then we're going to do it again on the 31st. We're trying to do it, the community organizing, because the weather's cooling off now. So we're trying to do it at least twice a month. And Connecticut has 169 towns. But listen, we're only interested in the inner cities at this point. And there's quite a few of them. In Connecticut, we have the big inner cities like Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, New Britain, these communities. So we'll be going and setting up shop within these communities for the fundraising and the education, and getting our communities contact information, because everything is so digital now and it's so easy, and they're so happy to not have to come in an actual building for a meeting. They're in their own comfort home, safe. They don't have to worry about no war breaking out or anything, because you're online. So if somebody shoots you online, it kind of sounds like this. And if someone shoots you online while you're in there, it sounds like this. That's how it sounds. Okay. So when you're in a Zoom with your community, you don't have to worry about that, because you're in the comfort of your home. Okay. You don't have to worry about police sirens coming up to you, because you're in the comfort of your own in a meeting. You don't got to worry about that. You're in a comfortable environment. So I'm going to play songs, and I would really like to hear anyone's feedback. If there are any politicians out there and you receive the link, you can click the link that I emailed to you, and you'll be able to join me on the panel. So I'll play a little music and wait for folks to come up. So let's see. I'm going to play some music because I really want to hear from folks. Let's see. So I'm waiting. The link is pinned to the top. We have our first visitor. Hey, Jersey, how's it going?
It's going. It's going all right.
Hey, hey, Copper Goddess.
Blissfulness, Sister Bethy.
Hey, sweetheart. So what are you guys' thoughts?
Peace to the chat, everyone. Sis, I just want to give you your flowers real quick, if I may.
Oh, you're so sweet.
From my hand to you, Cyber Lee. I would like,
Oh,
I would like to give you um, a bit of due bow, my sister. You
oh,
are a very shining light in this community, and I just thank you for
oh.
all your due diligence and all your hard work and all your sass and all your left foot forward energies, my sister.
Thank you.
You are
Oh
very
God.
welcome. You are very welcome. And I know it is numerous amount of people that feel the same exact way.
Oh, you're so sweet. That feels so good. It always feels good. Those words really warm my heart, and it just gives me, inspiration to continue, and that it's okay that I could teach our community, because so many of us have been held back from sharing information that our community needs to wake up to.
Absolutely. Yes, this is the first time I've been honored to be up on your panel, and I just wanted to express my gratitude toward you.
Thank you.
Welcome. And hi, Jersey.
Hey, peace, copper goddess.
Peace to you as well. I wanted to come up here to let you know, first of all, because you called me out and you made the soliloquy story an example out of me, and I know that that was ancestrally sent to you because I had just hung up with my mother and click push play on your live right after I hung up, and that story was going on. And for you to say that it was a baker when in fact, indeedly, my mother has a patent cookie right now that every American Indian should taste was
Ooh.
no coincidence either. That's been around in our family and communities for a long time. That it just needs to get out there even more. But um, I think that it's mandatory that we start getting involved in our status changes ASAP and start having community gatherings to teach our elders and our people and our children the right way to our real story. I was thinking about here in my town renting a hotel conference area every weekend just to bring out the people, cook for them, play videos of us talking about these things that we need to do to correct our status, our credit, um, how to get more involved in community, local politics, because it's kind of hard now on the internet because it's inundated with so much garbage. No one's really, they're not paying attention enough to me. We got to get boots on the ground and start pulling the people out because we have a lot of enemies against us now since the truth is out, and we know for a fact our story has been diluted and falsely given through a whole indoctrinating system. It's just important that we get out and touch the hands of the people that are blood related to us and nation related to us and get the word out. The devices, I just don't trust them anymore because I've seen so much stuff internationally and locally experienced outages. At any moment, they can shut everything down. We need to be prepared for that as well. So we need to start getting more involved in actual physical encounters with one another. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Wow. Well, you're telling the factual truth. We need to get out there. We're too busy staying in our homes, being entertained by television. And this is all what's happening while we're in the house. We're not out there, and we put our hands down and we're allowing it. SBO Atlanta, how are you?
Anybody get on my nerves.
SBO Atlanta, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you, sister?
I am doing fine. I'm doing well. My girlfriend had just called and she was like, "Yeah, you need to check this out." I was like, trying to take a nap. I was like, "Let me check this out."
So yes, I don't know if you heard everything that we were discussing.
I heard the majority about the community, about getting back in. It's something that she and I talk about frequently. How things are going and how I would like for things to go, or how some of us would like for things to go. So this is helpful. I was like, okay, so this is what that was about, because I caught the tail end of it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's about the demolishing inner cities, our hoods across the 50 states. It's just happening
Oh yeah,
simultaneously. And they're
yeah,
building
yeah.
these type structures and these townhome structures, and they're unaffordable to the people that's been living in the hoods for let's see, almost 60 years on my
Hmm.
end, and then we're not allowed to live in them. They make them unaffordable, and we have questions as to how they're being put up. Does the local municipalities have anything to do with granting the permission? It would be nice for them to educate us. Are they private businesses being put up, private housing where it's not
Hmm.
for the public? A lot of them, you have to buy them, and they're so unaffordable. It's outrageous. Jersey, how
Yeah,
are
they
you?
do.
I'm doing fine. Fresh out that full moon, I was listening in, to a lot of things that you were saying. I'm glad that you're taking initiative again and again and again to engage with the people and to actually get them going. I want to ask the lady SPO a question real quick, and I'll continue on after I ask the question. I want to ask you a question. Are you a politician,
No.
SPO of Atlanta?
Oh
Okay,
no,
okay,
no,
Uh,
I'm no
okay.
politician.
Me neither. Yeah, me neither. I'm not a politician. I have done community work. I spoke at a couple of schools. I've cleaned up a couple of neighborhoods, fed the homeless a couple of times. Little things like that. I've, placed the flyers on people's doors. I've never actually changed the law before, or helped change the law or help
Hmm.
people get affordable housing or whatever. But I have information. I've been involved with people that have gotten those things accomplished. One of the people I was involved with was the commissioner of Texas. He goes by the name of James Doodle Brown. And
Hmm.
though at the time I spilled the beans on things I shouldn't have spilled, he was speaking about something called Section 3, right? Section 3.
Hmm.
We know about Section 8, but we don't know about Section 3. We don't know
No,
about
never heard
Section
of it.
5.
Hmm.
We don't know about Section 3. We don't know about certain. Well, for the most part, we know about Section 8. So Section 3 deals with the housing, okay? And what it is basically is people that want housing, they will go through Section 3. Most people go through HUD, which is the housing urban development,
Hmm. Hmm.
affordable housing. But there's something called Section 3.
Oh, he's driving.
Man, I'm like, he cut out. I was
Yeah,
hitting that.
he's a driver, so
Okay,
he often hits bad areas where it knocks him off and you can't hear him.
gotcha.
Oh, I was going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Well,
just popped back on.
how about I mute up and let y'all go, unless I go out one more time. Should I continue until I go out one more time or what?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
because
can
you were talking
stay on
about
as
Section
long
3,
as you
please.
want.
Well, I appreciate that. So, like I was saying before, Styles P the rapper, right? He came out and spoke at his courthouse where he live at, and he said, "Why are y'all putting up these places that are so unaffordable?" Right? So there are people attacking these things at all fronts, which we need to. You need to attack this thing on every social media platform. You need to attack this thing inside the physical, real life. You need to attack this thing in churches. You need to attack this thing if people are involved with what's it called? Boule members, what are they called? Freemasons, whoever.
Mhm.
You got to get involved and attack these things from every single angle that you could. You know what I'm saying? No stone has to be not overturned. Every stone got to be overturned, turned over. You feel me? So, like I said before, James Luther Brown is the man that you want to speak to about this, right? He's been in the community just as long as I have, you know, about knowing this information. Uh, you spoke about the Reconstruction area. Tulsa, Oklahoma just got 2 cases dismissed because they wanted to sue for what happened to them in 1920 when they got bombed. The government dismissed those cases, they threw them away. We need to be the people to stand up and reopen them cases if we could. And we need to back up anybody else that's going through these little cases where they trying to get their land or they trying to sue because they was dealt wrong. We got to stick up for each other because nobody going to do it. Oh, one thing we know for sure is going to happen is that we're going to destroy each other. When I say we, I'm not talking about me and you on the panel or chat, but us people that are inside these democratic rule cities, we're going to destroy each other and we're going to continue to raise the negative statistics of stealing, killing, and all other stuff. Being on drugs, selling drugs. That's you can bet your bottom dollar that's gonna happen. So we have to match that energy the right way. And you know what? Before I get too long winded, I yield.
Tell me that name again. You said it was James who? What was it? The last name?
James Doodle Brown.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting because we have a
Hmm.
Reverend Brown that I'm hoping would hit the panel when he comes out of his meeting here, who is very active in our inner cities here. So that's funny. It's funny. The Browns. It's always the
Hmm.
Browns who are the active ones. We got Judge Joe Brown, and then we got Reverend Brown, and now he's mentioning a Brown. So those Browns are some active people in our communities.
Right. And they got that
Interesting.
last name for being Brown. Right? When you got that
Yeah.
last name, it's associated to what you was dealing with. The people that's last name is Rivers live out of Rivers. But the thing is that, right, we under this democratic mayor influence and these Boule and Freemasons and other groups of people are making sure that they carry out their agendas to keep the crime statistics high so the system can make their money, right? If the system make their money, they good and we bad. We have to counteract that. You know what I'm saying? Change it around. But it's gonna come at a big cost because nobody want to hear it. They got the hood people. They got a good grip on them. The Boule and the mayors and all them Democratic hold, it got a real strong grip on them. We gotta unloosen that grip some way, somehow, and it's gonna take a lot of community interaction.
That's a fact. This is what I'm talking about. Like one of the things that Wyatt did, because I explained to you earlier how you know how are all these foreign businesses getting put up so fast? As soon as they come from the border, they immediately are able to open a business. Well, it's because they already have established nonprofits here to help transition immigrants into the same life they were probably exercising in the country that they're fleeing from. And so they have these nonprofits that raise these funds for when those situations happen. So I just use their example, I just use their example of saying somebody's grandma in Germany had a bakery that was flourishing business. And so her daughter is my age. And she called her mom and said, "Look, mom, you come here and sell your donuts. I don't want you to be there. They're at war in Germany. You come here." So mom says, "Okay, I'm packing up." She sends mom the flight ticket. And when mom gets here, she takes her to the German nonprofit, blah, 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 who's going to help her and get it started for her business for selling donuts. We don't have that anymore. We used to. So one of the things that Waya now has done was that we established what you call the National Inner City Hood Organization. So we need more of those established. We have it now. So now when we go out in our inner cities and do our canvassing and lecturing to our people, those donations go straight to that organization's fund so that we can help um Renee open up her nail shop. We can help Tim open up his handyman business. That's what those funds are for. It's the National Inner City Hood Organization to help those people in the hoods and our hoods that are consistently rejected for any loans from the bank, any grants from from any grants from local and state and federal municipalities. If we raise the money and we go out and we fundraise to help support this national inner city hood organization, it's literally called that now. Why it has established that new entity, National Inner City Hood Organization. And it's to help the folks strictly in the hood start their business. I relinquish. Anybody can take it.
Okay, I'd like to say something. Sister Bethy, did you happen to be listening in yesterday on Sharice the Realist show when we were going over the consumer finance thing with the government, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau complaint?
I have it. I was so exhausted yesterday.
Okay, well, she had brought up, and as everyone may have gotten some type of notification via email or internet information that there was a breach on our information in this country, 2.9 billion people's information to be exact, per the news, and that at this time it is the perfect time to file a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because our identities have been compromised. And anything on your credit report can be erased. Um, there was a girly girl. She gave a whole breakdown on how you're supposed to word everything. And if you go back and watch the video, you can get all the information you need. It's her last live, Sharice the Realist. I'm about my sis doing that dang thing on these YouTube streets. But it's not hard at all. I just filled mine out. That's why I came back on. I filled mine out. The questions aren't hard. You do need to pull your reports that have the delinquent stuff on them. And it's like an easy process. Consumerfinance.gov is the website. Um, and you basically are letting them know that, since there's been a breach on our information, there's no way that you can say that this is me. And I feel like I should be compensated monetarily or given a clean slate and a 753 or more credit score allowance. Because at this time, we have been infiltrated by another entity. And I just wanted to speak on that.
Yeah,
Facts.
it was a lot of things said that night, right? We had found out Straight Smoke acquired some land for cheap, real cheap, and that he's able to get the piping and the water systems and all other stuff going for like $1,000 or something like that. And this is through the information of DJ Cuddy, right? So we talking, you feel me? We just need to be the example so other people can see that these things work. You feel me? And I think that is a good show to run back and listen to how they fix the credit and, you know, I guess, you know, so you won't mess up your credit score. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was so
That's
much
good
stuff inside
teaching.
video.
That's great teaching right there. But as I, like I was saying in reference to this particular segment, we are launching that off because if we don't help each other, who else is going to help us? We got. And that's a fact. We are all we got. And that establishing that particular organization, I believe, is going to help us substantially. And it's strictly a foundation for the hood. For the hood. Our hoods are so rejected. Our people in our inner city hoods are rejected from just about everything just because their class, literally, from their class and their zip code alone. They know you by your zip code. So that's where that automatic rejection comes in. You're rejected in your own community. You're rejected from opening up a business in your own community that you've probably lived in. Some of us were born in these hoods and have lived them and still living them to this date. And it's mind boggling how you are born in the hood, you grow up and become an adult at age between the ages of 14 and 16 when you could start working and paying social security, and you're rejected when it comes time for you to open your own business. Something's wrong there. That right there tells you something's wrong. Yet someone can come in here from across the seas and open a business up within 60 days of being on the soil. I don't understand that. I mean, I do understand it, but it really looks bad on the service and the representation that we're supposed to have. Why are people senators and representatives? Why are they local councilmen and councilwomen? What is their purpose? Is their purpose not to help the educate and guide the people of their communities? If they're not guiding them in a business manner, then why are we voting them in to be our representatives on our local councils? Unless they can stand up here and clearly explain their purpose, it makes no sense to send someone from our hood to a small business association meeting when you know they're not going to help you. I get so disgusted by that. How is it that somebody could just walk up in here from Doomsbury and open a business? Like, where did you come from? You have an EBT card, you have an apartment already. How are you paying your rent? And you walked in here with one book bag and a pair of holy shoes. And now you have a business and it's flourishing and you're looking to hire employees. How did you do that? Over me, and I've been here all my life. These are the this is the hurt and pain that it's causing on our inner cities. And no one wants to answer those questions. I challenge anybody that I sent an email to that's a politician to hit that link that I sent you and explain. If you don't, within the time that I log off, now I'm going to be in the community live on YouTube, exposing this to the people. Our children have nothing in their communities. This National Inner City Hood Organization is there to put back skating rings, ice skating rings, everything you took away. They don't have their camps in our community for our children to go to. You took everything away and you built these unaffordable housing units that they can't even move in. I don't understand. Capra Goddess, you got it.
Oh my goodness, Sister Bethy, you just enlighten me every time I listen to you, girl. I was over here typing up the acronym for this, for the to see how it's gonna look on, look out there in my mind on the signs that we have out there. Cause I'm gonna come out there with you and get boots on the ground as soon as I get my paper up. When I'm gonna start in my town, I'm gonna put your message out in my town, and because it's going on everywhere. So all we need to do is link up and share the word. We can get it done
Yeah.
faster if we do the same thing at the same time. Then our people will get the light, and that's all we need to do is shine it brighter. Because and I just told my mama before I got up, I said, Mama, we got a bad signal within us as a nation of American Indians. This spiritual thing is a serious thing to me. I know that when I moved back to my hometown after not being here all my for years and years, the feelings that I've been getting since this crazy last 4 years, I know that it's spiritually and blood related. It's in my DNA that I was supposed to come back here, do my genealogy, find out where my people fit in this hit lion story that they've given us. I will not pass it back down as a lie to my grandchildren. I refuse to let them know, not know the real truth. I'm not going to be a part of the generation to be blind to what is has happened to our people, what is going on today, and what they think gonna keep on going. Because we finna to stop it. We have to
Yeah.
tell the world our real story. Megan Thee Stallion does not represent the American Indian woman. Can I say that one more motherfucking time? And I put mother in that cuss word for a meaning. Megan Thee Stallion does not represent the American Indian woman on no platform, no vocal platform, no visual. My grandchildren and everyone else's grandchildren and babies out here, that's not a representation of the matriarch of our people, babies, at all. I'm sorry, I had to say that because I see that everywhere, y'all. They playing it like it's we supposed to be proud of that.
Right.
That's not good.
Yep. So what we did, National Inner City Hood Organization, we made 3,000 copies of this flyer. So that's really going to help us substantially when we go in our hoods on the 25th and the 31st of this month. We'll be live on YouTube while we're there in our hood. We'll be live on those days.
Okay,
And
I'll be live in my hood. I'm gonna be walking
yep,
down, videoing myself, talking to my people. So I'm gonna gather them all in one spot, and we're gonna have it on display. What you doing? So we can get the program. Get the program. You see what I'm saying?
correct. That's
Mm-hmm.
right. We have to get it going because it's like we're just zombies walking around waiting for instruction. Our people are so accustomed themselves to being um having someone govern. Okay, I understand government, but how much of your mind are they going to be able to govern you? You have to at some point pull yourself up with your own bootstraps. That's what they told Martin Luther King. And this is how we do it. We build our coalition. This is a one-page flyer, and we get their information. They keep the top part. We get the bottom piece, so we can keep them educated. Because right now, these local municipalities are taking over their thought of who to vote in and who not. We have to step in and say, okay, enough is enough. You're voting for this person. You're campaigning for this person, right? But ask those same local people, how did this huge complex get approved to be built right in your hood and you don't qualify to afford to move into it? When they push you out the hoods, where are you going to go? Are we supposed to go in tents now and live? And the way that the rents are for our people, we might as well build tents now and live in tents. We never lived in tents. We owned 180,000 farms, banks, businesses, It just in 1912. That wasn't so long ago. And now we're in these cramped up, um, rusting apartments, infested. And if we don't do something about it and fight for the taxes that are being taken out of our pay, where our taxes are funding other countries' wars. And that's terrible. How do other countries come before you with your own tax dollars? I don't understand that. And I need someone to explain it. So I don't know if any politicians are going to be brave today. Oh, I'll put that up there. And then I put them in the back, sis. Um, these flyers, yep, these flyers are going out, and I'm excited about the getting back with boots on the ground, and I'm gonna do it live every time. These flyers will be passed out, and the beautiful thing about this, we don't just pass them out. The person that fills out the bottom if they want the top piece in our community. So we're excited about this. We have to start addressing our local municipalities across the 50 states. And we're doing this in every state where our hoods are. So we have members in the other states passing and doing the same thing that I'm doing here in Connecticut. So I'm excited about this. But anyway, you got it. Anybody got it, could have the floor. Any politicians out there, this is not a racist channel. I don't care what your damn race is. You can click the link and join the panel. Let me see. Right, Woody said, and homelessness is considered illegal and they put you out. Where can you go? Yeah, that's true. That's a fact. Um, let me see. Texas says, I've been studying the lessons I get. Fundamental Christianity is based on loosening of ignorant superstition people out of the dark ages. I'm just saying nothing personally, my family. Um, hey, right, Woody. Keep them on. Everybody that just joined the chat. Hey, Straight Smoke. Howdy. Howdy doody. Hey, Big Chief. Or so it's gonna take us to get out and work our communities, and I'm gonna do it live and probably help somebody else, but we've already got the flyer out in the 50 different states. So the same thing I'm doing in this state, they're going to be doing in the other 50 states under our organization. So this is going to be great. Hey, Curious. I wish you would hit the link and give me your perspective, Curious, about all these um, expensive housings being remodeled from pre-existing structures and being made unaffordable to the people that live in those very communities. I would like to get your perspective because you come from a construction like background. What are your thoughts? Check it out. 100. I love the 100 people no matter. What is that? Can you hit the link and explain what that is? That is and share. Doris, you come and explain what they're doing in Charleston. Are the units unaffordable, Darvis? Because when they do things like that, it makes me think that they're trying to get a specific population, and it's like you never win. You never win because they hamp down on them on the redlining. So they go to plan B. They always have a plan B. I don't know. I don't know where check it out. I don't know where OG is. Hey Darvis.
Peace, peace, peace. How you doing, Queen?
I'm good. Hey Curious. I see you.
So my perspective. Are you sure you want my perspective? I'm
Well,
off
I
the chain.
mean,
I've
it
been
is
off
what
the
it
chain
is.
for the last. Okay, but I'm gonna get. Let me put my headphones on, and then I'll answer that question in my perspective.
Okay, go ahead, Darvis. We'll wait for him.
So so to answer that question about them taking the houses and different things in the communities and tearing them down and rebuilding them to make them affordable. This is part of a 20-year plan in a lot of city areas. They do this probably every 30 to 40 years, right? So they let the neighborhoods get run down, and then they swoop in under eminent domain, and they force everybody out to a different location. And after they do that, then you know the rest. They'll tear down the houses or in that area, and then build new houses at a higher tax bracket rate so that it's unaffordable. I think this has always been a plan, and this is how they've been doing it. I lived in Middletown, Ohio.
Oh wow.
You know what I'm talking about. I told you this before. You in Middletown, I'm in Middletown. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. But I lived here, and I saw over. I went to the service and I came back home. I saw over the years how they allowed certain areas to get run down, and then when the business stopped generating revenue, they just come in, swoop in, and tear down the businesses, right? So that way, the communities can't be self sufficient. When I grew up, it was multiple corner stores um, through the 70s and in the early 80s. But of course, during the times, this is when the crack epidemic hit. So those stores only, instead of having foods in them, they start selling potato chips and malt liquor and White Irish Rose, Thunderbird, and all that cheap wine shit. Because this is the time of the age. But as soon as those owners died, and the children didn't want to do anything to business with the business, they went in and tore them down. So that's part of their process to make the communities not self-sufficient to where they have, you could hire a sister Shaniqua to come in and run the pizzeria, somebody on the cash register, somebody stock the shelf. That was done by design. And so I think it's a travesty that this transpires, and we're not, again, at the local levels. Our people are just trying to survive. They don't want to get involved with the community actions. I was, like the young brother was talking about, I was on some community actions, some stuff some years ago, and we did a community cleanup. Hell, I don't even live in the community, but we was over there picking up tires and trash and just all kinds of stuff, throwing them in dumpsters. We did it for 2 days, and none of really the homeowners and the people in the area was helping us do
Wow.
do the work to beautify their communities. So again, them buying the houses is a part of a bigger plan. They do it, like I say, maybe every 30 years, maybe even 40 years. It may even be 50 years. But I know the last time that they did it in Ohio, where I'm from, it was in the 60s, and they tore down a whole bunch of houses, and now they're doing the same thing. Here's the travesty. So they tear down the house, they put the house in a land in a land bank, and you can buy the land, but you can't build a structure on the land.
Okay, that's the 99 land year land lease
Yeah,
project. A
yeah,
lot of churches were funding that. The church
yeah.
would put down the money. You could own the structure, but you couldn't own the land.
No, well, that's reverse. You can
Oh,
buy the land, but you can't build. Say you wanted to build a townhome on the land, they won't allow you to build a townhome on the land. Now they say the land is too small. The lot is too small to support a dwelling once you purchase it.
Oh wow.
That's the biggest get over that you ever want to see there. I'm like, well, wait a minute. You just tore down a house, but you can't build a house back. You can just pay the taxes on the land.
Oh wow.
So that's how they doing it in this area. I know for sure in Middletown, Ohio. I know for sure they doing it like that. Certain lots are bigger lots. They may let you build on it, but they make you jump through a hoop. But the smaller lots, like it was with the original house on it, once it's gone, it's gone. You can't build on that lot.
Wow.
So you can buy 100 pieces of land, and them lands is just pieces of land that you paying $60 a tax on a year or whatever, the land value.
So what do they expect you to do? They want you to make it out of farmland, and it prevents them from redlining or you imposing on the red line.
Well,
sounds like that's me.
They say, well, you can take the land and convert it into a community garden.
Get out of here.
Yeah, community garden. You're gonna have to bring in topsoil to make it farmable to grow put a garden on it, because when they tear down these houses, they just tear down the house, rip up the concrete, and doze over it, and the concrete is buried in the grass in the yard. You know what I mean? So it's not valuable land to even do that until you build it up and put dirt on it to make it to where you can farm on it. So it's a catch-22 on everything. But this is how they're doing it. So that's my perspective. It's a travesty that the houses are tore down. But again, the bigger picture is so I don't know if somebody said run the Indian out or run the Aborigine out or whatever you want to call it, and then regentrify the community, tear down the houses. So the goal is to get a block. Once you get that block, all the houses is gone. Now you can build on it and put several other houses. You see what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness.
Yep, and it's terrible. It's a terrible process. So it's just happening. It's happening all over the United States. It's happening all over, especially inner cities, in the communities, in the people of color communities. That's where it's happening at a lot. I saw a 30-year plan, and the whole goal here in this area, and it may have changed, but it was a few years back. What they want to do is take from all the way from downtown and clear it out and put new houses in all the way from downtown Middletown to what they call Lafayette, and that's like 8 blocks, city blocks. It's probably 16 city blocks wide, so it's a couple miles that they want to do this to. So that's a plan down the line, and they don't put into the streets, maintenance of the streets, maintenance of the sewers, because all they doing is waiting it out. When them homeowners die, the children don't want to do nothing with it. They know that they gonna go in there and knock it down right quick, and then it's just a lot sitting there, and they waiting for the next one.
Wow.
Man, they doing that same thing out here where I'm at too, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just isolated. It's all over. I believe that these city managers, they all have these conferences and conventions, and mayors, they have these conferences, conventions, and they all speak on. They come together under the auspice of good government, and they talk this way, and they figure out the same. It's a blueprint that they follow. It's a blueprint that follow. Like I say, when I remember when I was younger, my mom and them used to tell. My mother told me about their community they was in. They came in and tore it all out, and they built a factory. They built some factories, a factory at that time in that area. They sold it to what they call Armco Steel, and they built a factory in that area. They tore down all the houses to build a factory.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then they rezone the area, so you can't put another house in the area.
Right, they rezone it. That's how they do it. They rezone it. I had a partner that owned a building here in Middletown. It was a old meat processing plant. He owned it. It was at the time. If you don't know, Ohio was known for pig farming. So there was a pig industry. So back in the day, so what they would do, they would ship the meat from Cincinnati on barge to Middletown, and they would process it. right there in this building. But this building was a perfect building. It was made out of 100% concrete. Everything was concrete, poured concrete. So my partner, when I found out it was too late, he missed paying the taxes on it. Do you know within five weeks of him getting this notice, they tore that damn building down, and it was the only commercial piece of real estate left in that particular area for that could be utilized as commercial. And they told him when he was going to inquire about it, they told him, he said, listen, he said, you can't open up a business, but you can open up a church.
Wow.
You can't open up a business, you can open up a church. But here's the killer part of it. In 3 blocks, there's 7 churches. So they wanted him to open up another church. So anytime it's a building for a church, it's you know, I ain't gonna beat up religion because that's not my place. But when it's a church, you know that it's not generating any revenue for the community. It's a place where you come in, you get your feel good and omni and in the name of Jesus, and you keep it moving, right? It's not building revenue because every church on Sunday, they take their money Sunday morning, Monday evening, or Monday morning, and they go straight to the bank. So at the end of the day, there's no businesses. I mean, physical businesses that's minor. Now, I won't even say minority owned. I'll say indigenous owned, American Indian owned in that area. None. And I look at it all the time. I just shake my head because now it's been so many years since the last one was open. It's a fight. And I told my boy, I said, well, listen, you approaching this in the wrong thing. If you wanted to do a business, you should have told them that you was an Indian, American Indian, and then they would have looked at you different, but they would have backed off on you. You would have been able to open up what you want to do there. But he was stuck on that. Nah, we out of Africa. I'm like, bro, you just shot yourself in the foot. Shot yourself in the foot.
That's what happens.
Shot yourself in the foot with that African American shit. I said, man, you go down there and as an American Indian, they'll look at you crazy, but they can't challenge it. I told him what to do. I said, you fill out your affidavit stating that you're American Indian, get that shit notarized, and serve it to the mayor. That's all you gotta do. See, it's different ways to do stuff. It don't have to be real flamboyant. You just be simple. Hey, I want to give you this. To go to city council meeting and hand that shit out at the city council meeting to the city commissioners. Hey, and make sure you got one for the chief of police. Here. Here's my affidavit. I'm American Indian. Blah 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 blah. Be done with it.
You know, I don't know if you wanted to say something first, Darvis, before I move.
Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was talking about Darvis. If he wanted to say something.
Peace. Man,
Hey.
basically same thing that I got going on over there is going on down here.
Where exactly?
Charleston. Where I live at in Goose Creek.
Oh,
most
okay.
of the lands out here in Goose Creek is like family owned. And man, a lot of these people, man, they lose land because of taxes. And they're building these condos on the land. They even building commercial buildings and all that now on the land. And these neighborhoods they put on the land, they get repopulated by Mexicans or people from out west or the California side or some people up north. Basically, and they run the rent up so high that the people that's from here really can't afford to live there. The hotels, they take over the hotels, and the rent is so high in the hotels, and they want you to pay a deposit if you got a local ID.
Wow.
Man, there was like 90,000 people moved down here just last year. It's the point now, especially in Charleston, like 90,000 people a year move here to Charleston. And
where are they from?
All over. A lot of them, most of them come from either West Coast somewhere or up north. And they come here and somehow get in the city council. And I'm talking about within a couple of years, they the mayor or they the councilman, whatever, and they making these decisions on how we can, they try to dictate how we live, do in our land. You can't have a car in front of your house or these little ordinances that
ordinances. Yeah.
Yeah, man. In fact, what's so crazy, man, them boys they got a sign right beside my house now. They got a city council meeting coming up. They trying to dictate, I guess, my cousin back, OTK cousin, they trying to put like some houses back in the back.
Go to
But
it.
they trying to say that you got to have a certain amount of land to do whatever they want to do. But a couple streets up, they got a whole trailer park there.
So what
So
y'all need to do is pull together. All y'all go to that city commission and get
everybody's
on
supposed to
the
be going
get
out
it
there.
and get on the list. Put your name on the list and speak your mind and let them know that you guys are not agreeing in agreements with what they're trying to do and have valid reason why. Just don't say I'm not in agreement, but you want to have a valid reason why you're not in agreement with. You know, if the land is ancient land and it's taken away from some indigenous people, that's the way y'all approach that shit. Like, hey, this is indigenous land. We you know, I'm telling you,
See, the
man.
problem is these developers come down here. They come around the area and they put so much money in the heirs of the land pocket
That's
that
the issue.
they start selling off land illegally. But when they
That's
sell
the
the
issue.
land off illegal, all the people, the developers do, or the banks do, they take the same receipt, put it in a box somewhere, go to courthouse and claim the land under reverse possession,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they start building on that. Start bringing all kind of people over here. I don't have no issue with people, but it's just so many people come here so fast. I do concrete, so in a way, it's good for me because it keep me busy. But man, it's getting crazy down here. And
yeah.
Charleston, they done tore down all the projects just about and replacing them with these big old beautiful condos, these houses or whatnot, run the taxes up. They have so many corporations over the place now where people used to live at, then it got rezoned. So they're
Yep,
forcing people to leave.
yep.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. And they pushing everybody from Charleston up this way here, we out to one of the islands. And they
See
filling
what?
Charleston up with a bunch of people that never even seen before.
Right.
So
Told you.
so that's how they do it, though. You know, so they'll push one group of people out to one area, right, to
Mm-hmm.
clear up that area, to clean it up, and
Mm-hmm.
then once they start cleaning it up, they'll do all the construction, and then, like you say, they'll run the price up on the property, and a lot of people can't afford it. You know what I mean?
And you know what else they're doing? Like when you mess around and catch like a drug charge or something like that, you live on one of these lands, they call heirs lands, they condemn the houses. And they
Wow.
turn around and build something right on top of it.
Yep.
That's what I said. That's
I'm talking
what
about
is it
shit like
called?
Walmarts or something like that on top of your land. Put
Eminent
a school
domain.
there.
Eminent
Yeah.
domain. Yeah.
But they
Well,
don't really claim on the eminent domain. It's these
what I
banks.
what I do know, the generation is moving forward after Generation X, which you have the millennials, the Y generation. A lot of our people, including X generation, are not even familiar with who's caused the shots in their community. See, they hear the governor, they hear the main names. They hear the governor and they hear the president and they hear Congress, right? But who is in control of your local municipality? What is city council's role? A lot of our people don't know the role of city council members. And I'm going to show you where the shots are being called at, which is why I, spoke about today's topic. And it tells you a city council, this is local, like whatever town you live in, whatever town you were born in. A city council, for those who don't know their roles, it's a city council is a legislative body that represents a city, town, or borough and acts as the community's decision-making body.
Exactly. And if you go
City
to the one
council,
out
yeah,
here, if you go to the city council out here in Goose Creek, man, ain't none of them people even from Goose Creek.
yeah, that's how
They
it
all
usually
got
is.
tied to some kind of construction site, some kind of construction company, or with some kind of banks. And their job is to push everybody out to get the land.
Yeah, this is what they're doing, and they're making the decisions. You don't think governor when you're talking about
Oh,
the town that you live in. I'm mainly pointing this for the chat because we got 1,300 people watching. I'm giving this information to them because a lot of them are not familiar. They don't know that their city council is a legislative body that represents city, the whole town, or the borough, and acts as the community's decision making body. City council members work together to set the city's vision, goals, and guiding principles, and then make decisions that reflect those goals. Their duties can vary depending on the needs of the district they serve, but some common responsibilities include they approve the budget, they introduce legislation, which is laws, they monitor agencies, city council monitor city agencies like the police force and public works departments to ensure they are serving the community effectively. Okay. They reviewing land use. City councils consider long-term considerations like land use development, community growth, and strategic planning, and communicating with the community. City council members often communicate with citizens through meetings, emails, and phone calls. Updating the city charter. The city charter is a document that defines the power and the local government. City councils also hire a professional manager to carry out administrative responsibilities and supervise their performance. Now, listen, y'all, these are the people that city council, is the people that you want to talk to about what's up with this
Can I
in
can I
your
just
hood.
can I
Go
just
ahead, you got it. You
no
got it, brother.
the city council is the mouthpiece, but
Yep,
you said the city manager. That's the MF that runs the show.
yep,
That's the one that you guys bombard. The city come out, the city commission, they pass whatever ordinance and blah 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 blah. They're first, the second, and then third. They make it final on the third meeting. But the city manager is the driving force of everything in your communities, in your towns. The city manager. That's the cat that runs the show. Trust me.
yep. And another thing I wanted to show you, like in in the particular community that I was born and raised in, if you be surprised, and I know a lot of these city members do not knock on your doors and explain to you
Hell no.
what they're doing. They keep you dark. They
Hell
keep you
yeah.
in the dark. They don't explain to you, yo, they're about to build this housing complex in the community you're not going to be able to afford. You think they're going to come out and tell you that?
Nope.
You got to watch,
Nope.
and it takes people like us to come out and explain this to you. Now, when you go and you begin looking into, well, damn, I thought I was supposed to come after the governor and my congressman. That's because our people are truly uneducated about who's calling the shots in their hoods. And this is the city of Bridgeport, okay, in particular, biggest city in Connecticut. And when you start looking at who's who, you learn who's doing what. Okay. These are the different districts
Right.
within the city and towns that you were born and raised in. And you look and you see, who are these people? Who are these people?
At least y'all still got
Look at
black
their
people in that city
titles.
council.
Yeah. And look at you. Here we're beginning. Are these people us? Who are these people? These are the people that saying, yeah, go ahead, build that expensive, go and build that expensive structure and make housing in our community and make sure nobody in the hood can't afford to live there. You just make sure. You make sure. Look at their party affiliation. That's no surprise. You are looking at who you are being bamboozled by in your own community.
Facts.
This
And
is
that,
who's bamboozling you. This is who's sitting at the table saying, yeah, put that building up there, change that factory into a expensive house where they can't afford to live there. This is
this
who's
is
doing this.
hey,
And
Sister
they get
Beth.
paid to do it too. They're getting kickback by these contractors and these big organizations, companies. They give them kickback so they can come out there and rezone the area that was always zoned as residential and put a Target up there, Walmart up there, and a hospital up there on people's land. And the tax is so high, they can't keep their own land no more.
What can I say something?
Oh,
But
you got the floor, honey. I'm going to sit back. Y'all got it.
Hey, check this out, y'all. I live in Michigan, right here in Detroit. Sister Bethy lives up there in Connecticut. I'm not sure where the other two brothers live. But
I'm
she
in
just
Charleston.
okay. You're in Charleston, South Carolina.
I'm 3 hours south of you. I'm in Ohio.
Okay, and you're in Ohio. Okay. Now, we're in 4 different states. We all live in 4 different cities or towns. And we just looked up there, but she just showed that the city council of Bridgeport, not one of us is sitting on the city council.
Oh, yeah, it is. I
No,
showed
no,
it.
no. You got one that looked like us.
Yeah.
No, there's 4. One I personally know.
Okay, so there's no way in the world some other people that were not here when our parents and grandparents were the ones that was walking these streets and doing the things that they were doing to get themselves elected. Family members, even them that was at the time going to the churches, those people who were teachers to start out with, and then they started to run for office. They got themselves on the ballot. If we want to take back our whole communities, you get on the ballot. I remember growing up as a child before the man ended up being killed. He said the ballot or the bullet. Well, ain't nobody doing that bullet unless you're doing it to yourselves. So what we got left is the ballot. Who is man and woman enough among the Indians to get themselves on the ballot in order to take our cities back, to control everything? Now, somebody mentioned about the city manager. Well, more so with the city manager, that individual among us should be an accountant. Then we can get some
So
things
what they
done
had.
then we can get
Go
some
ahead, bro.
things
I'm sorry.
done. Then we can get some things done in our city through our own people, because there are brothers and sisters that live in the city who are who know construction. Some of them got construction equipment, plumbers, electricians, painters, drywallers, carpenters. We can get all this stuff back into these schools because we're in control of the city. The reason why this stuff is not in the schools no longer, especially in Detroit, is because those foreigners got in the office.
I
I
thought
know.
Detroit was like a mainly black city.
Say that again.
I thought Detroit was like a primarily black city.
It was, and it still is. The city is, but you got to remember, a lot of them people got into the condos and lofts in downtown Detroit. They may not have been from the inner city, meaning the east side, the west side, the northwest side, or the southwest side, but they may have been from Macomb County, ended up purchasing an address inside this city in a loft or a condo or something like that. This gives them the address in the city. This gives them an address to put on the ballot, and then go.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, we need to get back into the city council seats. That was the problem. What was going on up in Flint? Go look at that. You can pull a city council up right now. With that brother gone, he passed away. That city ain't got no voice now. Now go take a look and see who's running it. Yeah, you got some brown faces in there, but they weak as I don't know what.
That's the get along to get along.
Exactly. That's the go along to get along people. We don't need them. And we need to call them out too when they call themselves getting on the ballot. We got to have strong-minded, strong-spirited people to run for office. We can't sit back and just be comfortable to well, I ain't got time. Because that's the lackadaisical attitude. I had no clue how to get my name on the ballot until not too long ago, and that's the honest truth. Now I know to go downtown to the city of Detroit and get my name on the ballot, regardless of what it costs. I get my name on that ballot.
Yeah. We sure got to do that around here, man, because I get a couple people who was still on the ballot, but the last few black city councils we had in Goose Creek, I don't know what happened to them. You look at our goddamn council, you don't see no black people in that motherfucker. And Goose Creek was a black city. And it was a country town. Everybody owned the land. All the land in Goose Creek was owned by families. And all these families were black. But there's no black person in our city council.
The children of those people that was on the city council, they're the ones who didn't follow suit. I love that. They're the ones
Go ahead, my bad.
They're the ones, the children did not follow suit. And I'm talking about them that might be our age. We gave it up. And that's no joke, because if we didn't give it up, we would still be the store owners. We would still be the gas station owners. We'd still be the cleaners owners. How many cleaners is in your towns? Or how many shoe stores is in? No, what do you call them? Shoe shops. When you repair shoes, they don't. Why? Because everybody wearing gym shoes.
I ain't never seen a couple. I seen it on TV. I ain't know there were really people that fix shoes.
Shoe check. Yeah.
We had that up here.
Look, let me show you something. You got dress shoes?
Yeah.
Okay, if you got dress shoes and that sole get thin, what you gonna do? Throw them in the trash and go buy a pair of new ones?
That's all you can do.
No, because nobody has a shoe shop in town. It don't cost much to repair a shoe. It's only 50 cents to put a sole on there, $1. I forget what it is now. It might be $2.
A lot of the shoe shops here are owned by Asians now.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be. It's because the children have lost the skill.
Yeah.
They lost the skill.
They took the trades away.
They lost the skill because they didn't want to work in the shoe shop with their daddies.
Yep.
Just like the girls. They didn't want to work in the cleaners being seamstresses. So they don't have the skill to sew.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This is probably going to piss off a lot of sisters. Just like it pissed off a lot of brothers with my children. Of course, I taught my sons how to build engines and transmissions, do all kinds of things when it comes down to automobiles, knowing how to do what they need to do to be carpenters, electricians, plumbers, whatever it is, your own handyman. But when it came for them to pick wives, I told them, I said, let me tell you the secret to picking a wife. Put a sewing machine in front of that woman. If she can't use it, get rid of her.
Hey man, you get yourself shot down here. You get that shit.
You bring it back. They gonna come and get you, Copper.
Hey, they just gonna have to come. Same thing I told my daughters.
I'm where you coming from, though, man.
Listen, I got daughters.
They took a lot of those trades out of the public school because they had sewing class in the public school system. They took a lot of that out. They took out cooking class and everything.
I'm gonna give you one better than that. Give her the thimble the needle and the thread. That's easier. You ain't got to use no sewing machine. Give her that. See if she can operate those three.
You ain't even right. Well,
The
we
thimble,
got a
a needle,
population.
and
We
a
got a
thread.
listen. We got an era of people that don't even wear clothes.
I'm
When the
just
last
saying.
time
I,
they
I,
don't
I,
even wear clothes when they go out to the club. They
I,
now wear what these lace see through long dresses, right, with no clothes on them, but you can see through everything. You see what Rihanna wore. Rihanna wears.
Pantyhose.
Yeah,
Full
Sister
body
Becky,
pantyhose.
they don't wear
both
clothes now. So why do they need sewing machines when they
both
just
my
come out with a rap?
daughter-in-laws, both my daughter-in-laws use a sewing machine. One of them is a seamstress. The other one, she does upholstery.
Mm.
See, so my son, them two boys, they listen to what I was saying. See, you need a woman that's got skill just like you got skill. I told my daughters the same thing. If he can't weld and you can weld, find out what his skill is. If he ain't got none, don't get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Man, I got that problem. My daughters, man, I got 6 girls. And they always
Wow.
bring these sorry motherfuckers to the house. I'm talking about can't do shit. They want me to get them a job, to get them a job. They ain't never had a hammer in their hand before.
See that?
Ain't never really.
See, those are them kind of, excuse me, those are them kind of guys you got to turn away. And them girls got to know the same thing because see, they said I was hard on my children. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
You gotta be.
That they said I was hard on them. So yeah, yes, you know about it, Sister Bethy. But when you got family members or you got people who are friends or friends of family members, and they see how your children are behaving themselves compared to their children, and then they're gonna sit and say, "Oh, you too hard on them." No. Now
No.
my children are turn around and tell anybody and say, "Look, y'all said my father was mean. Y'all said he was too hard on us. He was ornery." But now those grown children will tell you, "No, my father was a discipline the whole time, the
Yeah.
whole time." And
Me, I don't play that because we suffered that.
damn,
We
somebody said they got 9 girls. God dog.
we baby, we gotta stop us women. We baby our sons. We buy they pampers all the way until they in their damn 50s. And then you wonder why they don't have no skill. Me, I don't my father was
Shit.
very my father was very militant. He told he looked at my brothers, they did not even look at him for no allowance. Because he tell them he used the N-word quick. Then you better go get you a job.
Hey,
Me, my attitude, look, when you start cursing and swearing, oh, it's time for you to get out my face. You go in the Job Corps and you're gonna get a trade. You're not gonna sit in my damn face at retirement age.
nope.
No.
I'm gonna tell you something. You know how I chose my wife? She older than me. She 3 years older than I am.
Oh, what happened to Darvis?
I ran into her just by going to visit a cousin of mine years ago. Okay. I think it was like the summer of 1972. I had just turned 12. Now I know what y'all thinking, but it ain't what you think. Um, I seen this young lady up in a tree, and she was picking apples from from way up there near the top. And I was like, wow. I was kind of fascinated behind that, but I didn't realize what a tomboy was back then. Because
That's what
that's
the
what,
girls were called, tomboys.
yeah, that's what she was. She was a tomboy, as well as carried herself as a young lady. So when she come out that tree with that bucket that she let down with a string attached to it, and then she come up out of that tree, and that bucket was full of apples. And I asked her, I said, "Why are you picking them apples?" And she told me, she said she was making pies for her parents and her grandparents for Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So I was fascinated just by hearing that. I said, well, you baking pies? She said, yeah. I said, would you bake me one? I'll buy it from you. She said, sure. So I asked her name and I told her mine. And from that day, a trust happened because she told me what the pie cost, which at that time I thought it was expensive, but this is homemade pies. She charged me $5 for it. So of course I ain't had no $5 at 12 years old back then, not in 1972. Okay, so I had to go home. I talked to my aunt about it, and she's a baker and a cooker. So I told her about it. And she said, you could have climbed that tree yourself and got them apples. I'd have made the pie myself. I said, I understand, but you're gonna see why I asked for asked her to make this pie, and you're gonna see the reason why I'm asking you for this $5. So she did give me the $5. My great aunt gave me the $5. So I took it down there to her and I gave it to her. And then she wouldn't take it. She said she would do it for nothing. And she said, all I want you to do is to take that $5 back and give it back to your aunt. So I said, okay. So I did. I took it back and gave it to my aunt. So when she got through with them pies that evening, I was still at my cut. I was still down the street from her, 2 doors away. She told me she had the pie. I said, okay. And she had it in a bag. She did not hand it to me. She got on her bicycle and told me, ride me to your house. Let me follow you to your house. And it was only but about a block away, right? On the other side of the street. So we get to the house and I come through the door, but I ain't got that bicycle with me. So my aunt looking at me kind of crazy. The bike is outside on the side of the house in the yard. No problem. So is hers. So I opened up the door. My aunt looking at me like, why are you holding my door open like that? And I let the young lady in. And that's when my aunt knew why I asked this young lady to bake that pie. She seen it. She started smiling and not realizing she knew when she saw that girl what it was about. I
She's
didn't know.
Your wife.
And when she said, she told my aunt who she was. Come to find out, my aunt went to school with her mother.
Wow, that's too funny. That's cute. But let's get back to the topic. We're getting a little off track.
No, what I'm gonna tell you is about this election. This is what I'm trying to get to. Her father was a city councilman.
Wow.
See, this comes full circle. These people, that generation, were the ones that got everything for us. They got old. And a lot of the children did not follow suit. So that generation dropped the ball. Now their children, which is our children, came up in a whole different time without having any of that. All they got is the stories of it, but no interest.
Right, no interest because there's no influence. And if we see, they have campaigners in our community. We get that. They have campaigners, they knock on the door. But their role is to get the person to vote. It's not about educating them.
No.
Until we all they know is to go and vote because this is what this person wants to do. It's never been about educating our people about who's calling the shots. So our people blindly and in ignorance of the law think that all these decisions are coming from the governor that comes in office, and it's not.
Or the president.
Yeah, and the president. That's all in their head that, it's the president or the governor that are allowing them to build this structure in our municipal area. When in fact, it's your damn city council. So put the face with the, that's why I showed city council. These are the ones who's making the goals for the community.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Even though they're the ones that's making the goals for the community, they're making the goals for their people in the community, not ours. And that is the problem. This is why that's why everything our ancestors fought and died for and bled for, went to jail for, is getting eroded because we're the ones who dropped the ball and not doing anything about it. Nothing. All we're doing is crying and complaining what others are not doing for us. We have to do for ourselves.
Well,
Meaning, get on the ballot and let's change this.
But Copper, if they're not educated about it, they don't know to go get on the ballot. We
I
literally,
know, that's why I said that.
We have to teach a literally blind era of people. They're not educated like we were about being in political positions. We're from Generation X. So a lot of our generations that are after us are not educated on what city council is, what they do. They don't know. All they really know is president, governor, senator. But what about the people
of the
that
local
are not
government?
helping? Yeah. What about the people that are supposed to help you be able to open a business in your community?
You know who they are, and they won't do it because, listen, I'm going to say it like this. There's a group that sits in D.C. We know them as the Black Caucus. They are the ones who are to come back to the city and show our people how to do these things and get these things, but they are paid not to. Do y'all remember? I don't know. Some of y'all old enough to know. There's a such thing that was going around when all of us were younger. And Sister Bethy, I know you was a teenager then, or probably a young adolescent, but we started hearing the word campaign financing. Now, let me show you something. Those people got on the ballot, and yes, our people voted them in office. But when they got to DC, along the way of getting elected with the vote, the lobbyists slipped in the back door.
Brother, that's all politics is, man. That's all politics is. People get into the back. They go in office with one intention, but by the time they're sworn in and they're actually doing the job, the lobbyists is throwing money at them for this and throwing money at them for that. And once they're compromised, it's a wrap.
Brother, they were compromised. They were compromised during the campaign. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. See, here's the thing. In order for that not to happen, we have to hold these people that are getting elected, and we have to question them. Who's financing your coffer? Because I know for a fact that you can get voted in without any campaign financing. I do know this because I've seen it done.
Do you think they're going to tell you that information?
It's all public.
It's all public. So the thing of it is, the lobbyists come in and they slip in the back door. So they hand you a check. You're going to take that check because that check might say 1.5 million on there. That's to shut you up. That's to keep you quiet. That's to make sure that you vote the way they want you to vote when you sitting there in Congress or Senate or even on the city council offices. I'm telling you.
That's the whole reason. Say for me, I'll speak for me. I think that's why a lot of people that go, like I say, go into politics with one thing in mind, and by the time it's said and done, they're compromised. And here you go, you're at $400,000, you go in for a $200,000 salary a year, and then by the time it's said and done, 4 years later, you're a millionaire. That's because you sold that ass out for a paycheck. Even at the local level, you can see where certain individuals have their own I'm speaking in my area, have their own self-interest in mind, and they get inside the system and learn to play the game and get money funded to them for all kinds of things, and then they turn around and they don't deliver to the people. So politics is a way. If you're a grimy ass motherfucker, excuse my language, Sister Bethy, if you're a grimy ass motherfucker, you're gonna be grimy no matter what. No matter how you put a suit on and dress you up, you're still gonna be grimy. You know what I mean? So politics may be a way, but it always changes people. I've had an uncle that was a mayor in my local area, was the mayor, and he died some years back. And he was doing great things in the community. But I learned one thing, and I love my uncle to death to still today. He's been dead 20, 15, 16 years. I love him to death. But what he did was he was a Masonic. He was in the Masons. He was in the Shriners. So he had his agendas. And, you know, we talk about secret societies. He had that agenda that he was dealing with, because it was certain things that didn't make sense to me. Once I started really doing this family, this genealogy, I'm like, damn, well, why would he do that and change? So I understand that there's agenda. It don't make no difference who it is. Everybody gets in position to build their own wealth. And it happens to a lot of people. It's very few of them don't want to build their own wealth or do right, build their family wealth. It's even at the local level. I mean, I'm just saying. So it's not the fact that we need to get involved with at the local level, get involved with the government. You just have to be there, and you have to have the masses come into them city council meetings and do things as a group. That's what we fail to as a people. We can talk about it, but we don't do things as a group. But Wire do. We doing things like under the Wire banner, but we don't do things as a group. As we all individualistic. Every last one of us. We're individualistic. And so until we recognize that, okay, I may be an individual, you're an individual, how can we fix this local area and come together? And again, right. It goes back to, I say my area, man, in the area that I grew up, man, it's 12 churches. I'm not lying.
You need to come
damn churches, and it's ridiculous. It's freaking ridiculous, bro.
If I had to count the churches from, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's a lot. Just say it's a lot.
A lot. It's church on every other corner. And those are the stoppers, because
7.
Go ahead, Jersey. I see you trying to get the mic. Go ahead, hon.
Go ahead, sis.
I appreciate it. So the
you breaking?
They are most definitely compromised. Oh shoot! Hold on.
So the brother's talking about a 501(c), and that's a church. The churches are under 501(c).
Yeah.
They're nonprofit organizations, and they can only do certain things in the community. So once you understand that a church can only do certain things in the community, I was telling somebody this last night. I was saying, just think about it. You join a local church, you donate and tithing or whatever you believe in, giving, and then every Thanksgiving they say we need to do a turkey drive. We need for you to bring in a turkey. You see what I'm saying? So you got 60 people bringing turkey for the hungry. The less fortunate. So you got 60 turkeys delivered to the church, but the church ain't buying no canned goods and none of that shit. Come on, man. I mean,
the church members
that's very true.
And the church members are the one getting the turkey. But go ahead, you got it, Jersey.
For a turkey drive.
Go ahead, Jerky. Go ahead.
Jive turkeys. Yeah. Go ahead, Jersey.
Yeah.
You know, when all you have to do is go to the local, go to listen. The easiest way I've seen this done, I seen a minister do it, but he was a real dude. He wasn't one of them old jive time ministers. He went to what was known at the time when he was living. He went to this grocery chain, and it was called Farmer Jack's. Farmer Jacks donated, I don't know how many turkeys in this man's name and how many canned goods in this man's name for that church. And that's how it was done.
Mm.
You didn't have to ask your members, your church members to do this. No. You went to those franchises. And that's who did it. Because they gonna write it off. On that.
Go ahead, bro. And that
Go
still
ahead.
can be done.
Wait, let Jersey get it, y'all. Then y'all
ahead,
get it
Jersey.
right back. Go ahead, Jersey.
I appreciate it. No, so they say we the biggest spending power, right? We spend the most. We the biggest consumers. A lot of that money goes. A lot of that money goes to church, right? And if you're 501c3, that don't necessarily make you evil. However, when it comes to the churches, a lot of them be compromised because sometimes they have government officials inside there making sure that they don't speak about certain things and push certain agendas. Certain churches can't even preach the whole Bible because if you start talking about the LGBTQ, you lose your 501c3 with that church. They also take out insurance policies on the members, and when they die, they cash out on the members. When I was growing up,
do you know how they do it? Do you know how they do that?
I don't know if that's
hold
true.
up. I
don't know if that's true.
Go ahead,
That's
Jersey.
true. No, that's true. It's true. It's true. But I was just gonna tell you, do you know how that's done?
Hold up. Let him get it.
Go ahead,
and then,
Jersey. Go ahead. I'll respond.
Okay, so when I was growing up, I know my bishop, right? And I don't want to out him like that. I should, though. I really should, right? He was a Boule member. He was part of the Divine Nine, and he had Eagles gathering, right? Anybody familiar with fraternities know that they do certain gatherings and some, even with their sororities and fraternities. And this church was filled with sororities, fraternities, Freemasons. It was humongous. It was a mega church. You know what I'm saying? And so, and one of the builders that was a part of this building, I saw a picture with him and the Pope, and they was all wearing Freemason garbs. The long red and white robes. And they was like, yeah, he meets with the Pope every year. And I'm like, what's going on? They was like, listen, there's a magistrate involved with all of these things. They was like, we have to report to the magistrate, and the magistrate organizes meetings for them to meet up with the Pope and them, right? So I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is going on, right? Bottom line is, right, when we talk about Maxine Waters, right, Gail King, the Black Caucus, like the brother was talking about, right, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, all of these people, we can trace them to see that they're paid shills, but we don't come with that energy that the brother Eric Mays came with. I don't know if y'all familiar with Eric Mays. He just passed
From
away.
Flint, Michigan. I knew Eric Mays personally. Yes.
Wow. Yes. Eric Mays has an energy that we need to carry out that legacy and that energy to every meeting that's local, federal, state, whatever. It need to be a billion Eric Mays. The spirit of Eric Mays need to proceed through all this. It's a word I'm trying to use. It need to be prevalent in all of us. You know what I'm saying?
You better believe it.
And if we had that energy and we put their ass to the fire, then maybe we get some damn answers. But ain't nobody pressing their ass. And when we do press them, they still keep their damn job.
Eric Mays was the first one I ever heard tell the Black Caucus to get out his face. That's how I found out what the Black Caucus was about, was through Eric Mays. Eric Mays, you couldn't pay him off. He exposed you. Whoever you were, he exposed you.
And that's a good thing. That's a good thing that he would do that.
Oh, y'all got to pull up. When you get a chance, pull up Eric Mays and YouTube. Listen to what that brother says. See,
I saw some of his videos. I saw him in city council meeting cuss everybody clean the fuck out.
That ain't all. You see,
I started chuckling. He like, you want to go to blows? We can do whatever. It was funny.
Eric Mays was the one who put the case together to sue the then governor Snyder for that Flint water crisis, along with suing General Motors. A lot of people don't know this about Eric Mays. Eric Mays wasn't no joke.
Yeah,
no joke at all. No joke at all.
So I wanted to address one thing when you talk about the churches take out insurance policies on its members. I don't think that that's factual.
It is factual.
Hold on, brother. Let me say what I'm gonna say. Okay, let me say what I'm gonna say before you say it's factual. Because before I had my epiphany, I sat on inside the inner circle at a church, and I'm trying to, and I don't remember us having those conversations. I was on the inner circle. I was number 2 next to the damn bishop, number 3 next to the damn bishop, and we never had no conversations about no insurance policy. Now, that was that particular church. I can't speak on all churches, but I can say that particular church, because we wasn't making that kind of, bringing that kind of revenue in to pay for insurance policies. You feel what I'm saying? So to make that blanket statement that they take the money and buy insurance policies on their members and cash out, that's not a fair statement.
Well, if I showed you, it would be a fair statement.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm saying from my perspective, from the church that I was attending,
Right.
Number 2.
To be fair,
Yes.
To be fair, I'm not gonna say all churches, because all churches ain't 501c3, and all churches ain't up on the same dirt. You feel me?
Right.
However, these churches, they make organizations, right? And then some of these churches have tithes envelopes. Some of these envelopes ask you for your damn social security number. And if you dumb enough to put that shit down on there, you think these niggas ain't going to use? Why the hell would a envelope for tithing have to ask you for your social security number? I know my church asked for that shit. My mom used to be like, son, you ain't got to fill that part out. I'm like, Mom, why are you even asking for that if I ain't got to fill it out? She's like, oh, well, yeah. This is the stuff that we go through, right?
Right.
And then when we go to talk about it, we get hit with a lot of backlash. See, I don't know how y'all feel about Larry Elder, right? I'm not saying that. Go ahead.
I don't know Larry Elder. I'm just saying I don't know.
Larry Elder has been labeled a coon, along with some man named Thomas Sowell, along with a woman named Candace. These are the political coons that people label them as coons. But if you listen to these motherfuckers, they don't be saying the wrongest shit in the world. However, what they do is they hold the fire to the black community way more than they hold the fire to the white community. But the black community,
You talking about Larry Elder of California?
Themselves is taking disrespect instead of Larry Elder, light skinned guy, he got a white wife.
Yeah, from California.
You know, all these people marry white people. I think so. Yeah. He ran for president. That man ran for president.
Yep. I know he's
almost married to a white guy. A lot of these people that are labeled coons, they got white counterparts. However, my point is this, right? Y'all should look up the debate between Larry Elder and a brother that passed away. He used to expose the bootleg all the time. His name was I always forget his name. Y'all know who I'm talking about with the afro. He always exposed the bootleg. Damn, what's that? What was his name? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
He was
Steve Coakley.
Steve
Coakley, yeah. There's a debate on YouTube. Y'all can watch it. I think Sister Betty should actually premiere that debate on her channel. It's not bad for somebody. But Larry Elder versus Steve Coakley. And they kept booing Larry Elder. Larry Elder didn't say nothing bad, but his reputation. And what it was is when you try to change the community, you become a terrorist, right?
That's correct.
If the community say buy Versace, buy Louis, buy all this shit that's made by LGBTQ people and foreigners, if you say don't buy that and you create your own thing like Forest Buyers, which is FUBU, you become a terrorist. As a matter of fact, if somebody catch your ass wearing FUBU, you looked at it as a terrorist. They look at you as like, what is this nigga wearing? They might beat your ass. They might you might lose your life over wearing FUBU. You know what I'm saying?
That's the truth.
I'll leave it right there. Y'all got it.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that brother, Larry Elder, and I don't even know nothing about no FUBU. I'm showing my damn age.
Yeah, FUBU came out back in the early '80s.
Yeah, man.
Run DMC.
Yeah,
Run DMC.
Right.
Yeah, I
Run
remember
DMC is the
FUBU.
oldest brother.
Right. 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 Yeah, I know about FUBU, but I didn't know if you wearing it, you considered a terrorist. Shit, I
Let's
didn't know
get
that.
back to demolishing inner city hoods
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Yes, ma'am.
hey,
across the
hey,
state.
Sister Betsy. Larry Elder said that black-owned banks and credit unions turn down loans more than white. They turn down more black people for loans more than white people turn down black people. Do y'all believe that?
No, I don't know about that.
Well, I
It
looked it
depends.
up.
Okay.
I looked it up. As a matter of fact, when there was a time when Obama was he was president, right? And he was suing these credit unions, these white credit unions, for not giving loans out to black people, right? Or Aborigines, Indians, whatever, right? And he said, this is what he said. He said, I'm gonna make sure y'all get that money, get them loans. When they got the loans, the black people that got them loans, they were inside thousands of dollars more debt than they was before they even got the loans. And that's why the credit unions and them, they didn't want to give it to them in the first place, because they knew it would put them more in debt, because they wouldn't be able to pay it back, because their credit history shows that they won't be able to pay it back.
Well,
Right?
that's a result of the subprime loans. And I'm going to tell you why a lot of these real estate agents and things of that nature was writing down that the brown people that look like me and you were making more money than what was
They were
really
truly
true.
maxing. Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
could have been like a minimum wage worker, right? And they put down that you made 60,000 a year when you didn't. So they knew you couldn't afford them loans going into those subprime mortgage loans. So
Well,
that's what was happening.
the subprime mortgage loan started long before Barack ever got in office.
Well, yeah,
Clinton
but
was in office when the subprime lending started, and
right.
it happened. It happened in 1993. That's when it started, and it didn't come out as subprime lending until 1997. And you're right, Sister Bethy. That's exactly what was going on. Them people wasn't making that kind of money. So how you gonna pay them kind of loans back?
They knew you couldn't pay them. That's why they didn't mind giving it to you, because they knew they were going to get the land back. That's another way they stole that they got ownership of lands. The banks, they knew that you were not going to be able to afford those loans, and they knew they would get. That was the whole plot against you. They basically, I'm gonna put it in a way that my community understands it for explanation purposes. Well, we know this nigga ain't gonna keep the house. We know this is just a haha thing. We know the nigga gonna get behind in their mortgage, and we just
Yep.
foreclose it. Now we got the land. Now we own it. That was a whole game. It wasn't that they sincerely hope that you would enjoy your home for the rest of your life and pass it down to your descendants. They knew they was getting those the land back. That was the bank's way of buying land through you, through deceit. Yeah,
Yeah, so
Copper.
they could
He only
foreclose
make
on it.
Copper makes $8 an hour, but we're gonna put down that he makes 60,000. And this is the way this bank will own land, because the banks can't buy land.
It goes a little bit deeper than that. So they,
Yeah, I know it do, but I
yeah,
was
yeah.
explaining in a way that our community
People
understands
understand.
it.
So they also when you take that PMI prime interest was PMI insurance. That was the way of ensuring that if you default on your goddamn loan, that
They
they're
get
gonna
paid.
cash out and they're gonna cash out anyway. So it was multiple ways that they knew that the shit was a scam. And it goes back to the even 87, I believe. You said 92, but I believe it was far as back as 87 or 86 that shit started. And they block. I don't know if you guys know how they do these loans, man, but it's a pretty interesting goddamn thing.
It was in the 80s, but the majority of it started in the 90s after Ronald Reagan left office, because he was the one that made them loan. Listen, if you go back further than that, go back to 1981. Then Ronald Reagan got in office. The first thing he did, one of the first things he did was, one, he jammed up the unions, the auto industry. Second, the air traffic controllers. Third, the farmers. He made all them farmers. He called back in all the loans that the government had out there through them farmers, and them farmers couldn't pay that money back, and that's how they got all that land, and that's why you got these houses out here that was in the early 90s. If y'all remember, they were making these subdivisions. The building industry was through the roof, and they started buying houses. Started out at 92,000. Now go back to what Sister Bethy said. Yeah, I'm making $8 an hour. I got a house right now that's 92,000. You go do the math on that one.
Yeah. So let me like Sister Chief was saying, let's get back to the part about the taking the subdivisions, taking the inner city and gentrifying it. The purpose of, I hate to be the let me just say it this way. I'm not gonna say the advocate. Let me just say this way. The purpose really behind that is, so you take a house, say the house is valued at 92,000, like you saying, and the house is at 92,000, and say you paying $1,500 in interest a year in taxes, on $2,000 in taxes at 92,000. So after you got a bunch of these houses that's only being paid $2,000 of taxes, real estate taxes or less a year, 606, anywhere from 618 to 15 or $2,000. You understand it's really economic, the reason why they do it. It's not the fact that they running the people out of the community. It's that the city is not being able to grow. And so what they do is, I'm not justifying this, I'm just giving you the fact. They knock down the houses, not letting nobody build on those lots, purchase the lots, put them in the land bank, and build more expensive houses. So one of the things that they're doing here is that they took a whole bunch of land and they want to put up $250,000 houses. Well, why do they want to put up $250,000 houses when the houses are older and they may be at value anywhere from $60,000 to $130,000? Well, they're not making enough revenue. The city is not making a revenue for the houses. So this is why they do the gentrification, so they can make more revenue and bring in more tax dollars on the property tax. That's the whole game in a nutshell. Is it right? No. But this is what the city, they look at it. Well, we can build these houses. We can build 500 units at $250,000. We can knock down 500 units that's only bringing in X amount of dollars worth of tax money. We can bring them in, knock them down, and then we can get a bigger tax base and people to move in, the young families to move into the communities and live there, and their children will grow up there. So this is the cycle. Is hateful as hell. It's not right, but this is how they do it. And this is the reason why they do this on a every 30, 40, 50 years, is because they know that they reach to a point where the longevity of that property is not going to be generate that amount of tax income, and they need to have that tax income to further grow the city.
The World War II houses are being tore down, and the early Vietnam houses are being tore down. This is what you're seeing. And right. we call it gentrification, but gentrification been going on for a long time.
Right. So
it's only new to the young people who ain't never heard the word and don't know what it means.
So those houses that you're talking about, those are the 1900. Really, the houses are historic. You don't think about it, but they're really historical houses because they were built in 1900 and far as back as 1899. You feel
that's
what I'm
correct.
saying?
Yeah, so that's right.
These houses are really historical houses, but our people don't see them as historical houses because of they're not big mansions, or they're not under the historical society. But those houses are really historical houses. I'm like I say, I've been on committees in the past for the same thing, and when I start talking historical houses, then people got real quiet, because I'm like, so what's the difference between these houses on Main Street, these houses on Main Street with mansions, and these houses on the next street over was built in the same time frame those mansions was? Because back in the history of Middletown, the Main Street where all the mansions were built at, and the house streets next over was the smaller houses the single family houses, probably 900 to 1,000, but they were built in the same time frame. So what makes them not historical, and what makes these houses historical? Boy, you could have heard a pin drop when I said that shit.
I
No,
bet
of
because
course
you're
not.
exposed.
Because they don't want you to know that
Hell no.
we actually lived in them houses.
Heck no, they don't want you to know that shit. They don't want you
We
to
lived in
know.
we lived in those mansions.
Yeah, they
But
don't
this
want
is
you
the
to know.
part of history that they want to hide.
Yes,
We are
ma'am.
some of us we've always been in the inner cities.
That's right. That's right.
See, they make it seem like we was just in the South as slaves on the farm, and no, we were living
Now,
in the
that's
inner
that
cities.
BS. That's that BS they be pushing out there, and they use people that look like us to push that nonsense.
There you go. Hey, Truth. What's good? And then
Hey,
Jersey got it.
hey, sis, I'm gonna fall back. My phone is getting ready to lose
Okay.
its charge. I appreciate you letting
All
me
right.
come up. Love you.
All right, brother. Love you too, bruh.
Bye.
What's
Peace.
up, Truth? Jersey, 111 Truth. Jersey, y'all got it. Y'all mics are muted if y'all talking.
Well, I know Truth about to come off the mic soon, so I'll mute up when he start talking. But so
Yeah,
this is the thing, right?
Truth is
Uh,
up here.
I know. I don't,
Oh,
I just go until he come off a mic. So
okay.
the J Squad, right? They used to come up into what they call the ghettos, and they would put their wives up inside there, right? The wives would file for Section 8, right? The husbands would make sure that they would use not only the money that the husband is making for money, but he'd also pay off the apartment complex or the ghetto with the Section 8. They would strategize, use money to own that ghetto, right? Which we didn't end up doing, because what happened was once they owned the apartment complexes, they owned the businesses. They got into political seats to even own the businesses, to make them programs to own them type of complexes, right? And then we became a part of this project that they created, right? The project, the PJs. So, some of us was living in the outer section of the cities, and they moved us in there even more. Some of us, because they got to find somebody to pay for all of the shit that the businesses that they was having. Now, given when I moved to Linden, New Jersey, about 2 blocks up, there was a candy shop. Like, they called it a candy shop, but it was basically like a corner store, but it was ran by my people. You know what I'm saying? And it was a couple of them around the hood, but we had burger spots, barbershop salons, but it was like every business that you went to, it was ran by us.
That's right.
I'll say about 4 years living in there, that shop disappeared. They turned that shit into a motherfucking apartment complex, right? The man, some other man, he had a chicken spot, a burger spot. He got out competition out because they put a Popeyes, and they put a chicken spot right next to Popeyes, and then across the street they put another chicken spot across the street, and he got ran out of business. But these are the Arabs and other people, and the Popeyes ran by the Haitians. They only hire their people. You know what I'm saying?
Why they ran out of
Franchise. That's what you're
business?
saying. They franchised in the city to get rid of the mom and pop shops. That's what went down.
How you doing, sister? Back to my bad, child. I just got off the phone, called my mama. I don't know if y'all was calling my name,
Hey,
but
yeah, we was. Go ahead, you
yeah,
got
yeah.
it.
Nah, I'm just building with light, man. Little bro, like, how did they go out of business? A lot of people, we like to talk about how, what we had in the community and how all of a sudden these people came in and now they got in the community, but we never talk about how they got it.
They franchised.
Well, hold
No,
on.
no, 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 no. Niggas start going shopping with their stoves instead of the stoves they already had. It don't matter if they franchise it or anything. At the end of the day, consumers got to come in and buy. And if they got it in your community, 9.9 times out of 10, the consumers is the peoples of the community. So the community went and start shopping with them instead of shopping at their own stoves.
Yeah, but
And
truth. My bad.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you
Go
got it.
ahead. Now the thing is that, again, with this, when we talk about the census, right? Money is allocated to different nationalities. If you put that you African American, and they see on the map that this perimeter is dominated, this diaspora is dominated by most African Americans, they get the least amount of money allocated. Plus, they allow other nationalities to go inside their
How
communities
many
and
of that
build.
money that you talking about being allocated is going into the business owners?
What? Well, hold on. Let me finish what I
That
was
has
saying.
nothing. That has nothing to do with the businesses we talking about, bro.
No, it do, it
You
do, it
moving the
do. It
goalposts.
no. I'm not moving the goalpost. What I was about to get to, is the reason how the Chinese man could open up a chicken store up in our place quicker than he would do inside a white suburban neighborhood. Why the liquor stores could be opened up by foreigners quicker than why they would be opened up in other places. You understand? But the reason why is because when we put African American on our thing, there's a certain amount of money and certain there's leeways and little loopholes that allow for foreigners to come inside and do they thing business wise, because remember, they get bigger credit loans, they get bigger loans and shit, they get bigger benefits.
But you already
Just
had the business going and everything. If the consumers were still consuming from the neighborhood, you don't need a loan from nobody. They didn't get no loans in the first damn place to even open up the business they had, because that's always been an issue. So clearly their business was already bought and paid for by them and the people that they knew that might have helped them and stuff like that. And they already had a well established business.
well, let me ask
So
you this, True.
none of that funds that you speaking about got to do with the fact that those businesses are there no more, and it's businesses that are there right now and shit.
Let me ask you this, True.
It's all fall at the hand of the consumer base of the damn community.
Well, let me ask you this, right? For the most part, if our people look at FUBUs and Sheltos or any other quote unquote uh, black owned, quote unquote, I said quote unquote, black owned clothing, and then they look to their right, they see Jordans, they see other stuff, Nikes, they see other sneakers that Margellas, Major Margellas, they see all this other shit, right? What happens is they get the rappers to advertise the bullshit, right? Needless to be said. And for the most part, our people's gonna choose the stuff on the right that's made by the foreigners, right? It's the same thing with the food. If a nigga see Popeyes and then he see Lee's, or he see some other shit, right? Some Soul Sisters, or I don't know. This is it. Y'all don't know them stores, right?
I prefer Harold's and Uncle Remus over Popeyes.
But check this out. Check this out. What if Harold's and Raymond's What if he took too damn long to make their food sometimes?
They
What if
do,
I then? So I'm
and
not. Look, we could
Popeyes
blame the
do
people.
too.
All right, hold on. You got it.
Nah, what you
Whoa.
mean? Come on, what we talking about? I'm trying to get it through your head, bro, so you can pay attention. That right now, all due respect, like yeah, we know what's going on, but the loss of those businesses and shit is internally, bro.
You know what happened, True? I used to if like back in the day, if any kid was seen coming out of Aldi's, or if a kid knew a person's parents and they caught them coming out of Aldi's, they was clowned to beat the fuck up the next day in school. Sometimes, just for shopping at Aldi's, just because it was more
Right.
affordable. Real shit. If and look, I don't know about y'all growing up, but back in the day, if you was caught in Payless, or if you said your sneakers was from Payless, that
Oh,
was
you were
it for
done.
you.
You were done.
Yes.
Man, you moving the
So
goalposts
no,
again,
I'm
bro.
not. I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm saying about
We
food. Look,
talking
listen.
about
Listen
no,
about
no,
food.
no, 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 no,
Let's
no,
talk
bro.
about the food. If you was
Look,
caught shopping with the black man with the food, or the black lady with the food, and they knew it was not cool for you to shop with them, and you came out, you was gonna be ridiculed for
bro,
supporting your people.
bro, food, like food and fashion, that's kind of different, bro. But we talking about, like, I don't know about you, bro. We love Alabama Joe's that was on the corner of 111th and Wallace, bro. We love Tony's Chicken. We that was on. It started on 111th and Halsted. You feel what I'm saying? We love Harold's Chicken, bro. They still there. We love Uncle Remus out west. We love McArthur's out west. You get what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's about the consumers being more mindful about how they spending their money. And it's like
I agree.
People want to complain about the fact that, oh, you know, man, these people got this and that, and we used to have that. Well, the used to is because you used to spend your money with them. Now you chose to spend your money with the very people you complaining about now. It ain't the business fault. It has nothing to do with no census or no allocated money. We talking about business, bro. That allocated money you talking about has nothing to do with the business in the community. The businesses gotta fund their own shit and create their own revenue based on supplying goods, food, services to the community and shit. The problem
I,
is niggas in the community and shit start motherfuckers going taking their consumer value to other people that they claim don't fucking like them, and then little by little, those people have to leave because they weren't making enough money to keep afloat no more.
I would agree. Hey, I agree with that 100% because you're right. Because I could prove that what you just said. There's a place here called Mr. Fufu's. I forget. I don't know if he's from Alabama or is he from Tennessee. One of the two. But he don't deal with nothing but corned beef and roast beef sandwiches, right? His place is lined up every day all around the block. It makes no difference who try to come in and talk about they doing whatever sandwiches or whatever. Them people ain't going there. They going straight to Mr. Fufu's.
Same way with Home of the Hoagie, bro.
What? Hold
Home of
on.
the
What?
Hoagie,
What's his? Hold on.
they be lined up for Home of the Hoagie for a sweet steak hogie and a regular hoagie and
Yeah,
What?
they
shit.
be lined
What's?
up.
Same
Hey,
thing with Mr. Deli on 107th in Michigan
hey,
and
Copper
shit.
Aborigine. What city is that? Where Mr. Fufu at?
Detroit.
Detroit. Okay. What's the population in Detroit?
Shoot. Right about now, probably about
90% black.
Is it
probably
millions?
yeah. You got about
Okay.
about
So
1.3 million.
okay. Just like Chicago. Chicago got millions too, right? True.
Yeah, you know, they don't like to add the suburbs in it to basically manipulate the numbers, but you got to add all the suburbs touching the city, bro. We got at least 2 million black people in Chicago and in Chicago surrounding areas.
Okay. So see, in the East Coast, I don't know about Connecticut, Sister Betty, but Jersey, it's not millions of us. So when
Right.
we talk
Jersey's
about
small.
us, so right, so when we talk about, and we talk about our cities too. Newark is not the whole state of New Jersey. Irvington, Plainfield, all these hoods that I can drop that nobody know about except if from Jersey, you would know. It's not a lot of people there to support our businesses like it is the Detroit or Chicago. We didn't have all the people there like that. To do that, we tried as much as we could. I'm pretty sure we did. I know I was eating at the the Aborigine spots. I was tearing that food up.
Look, bro,
But
we got spots like
but
Rockford,
but I'm gonna tell
Peoria,
you though. Watch this,
Carbondale,
truth.
where it's enough for
Watch
your
this, truth.
people, but at the same
But,
time, it's
but
like
I know.
you know, looking for the consumer base to be all your people. You definitely want to make sure you got something for that community, but it's supposed to be open to other people to come in too, like vegan soul food, bro. That shit right on like
I
that's on like
listen.
74th and fucking King Drive in the heart of the hood, bro. I be
Truth,
seeing white motherfuckers ride
truth.
their bikes in the
You better
danger
believe it.
zone to
Listen.
get vegan soul food, bro, from these
I,
niggas.
I got you. I got you, True Blood. Let me say this to. I gotta drop this real quick. Let me tell y'all something. Them chicken spots that opened up by Lee's on St. George Ave in Linden, New Jersey, right? When they opened up, they was selling they was selling double cheeseburgers that was turkey bacon because they was halal. They was selling for like $2, $3, cheap. Lee's was selling his burgers for like $5.
Yeah.
Look, we had about look, listen, the bucket of chicken Lee's had, you had to pay like triple, double the price. The Arabs and the Spanish niggas or whatever the fuck, they was charging like like $10 cheaper, nigga. What the what was the nigga supposed to do? What was the
Man,
nigga? And we all broke as hell. We all broke as hell.
man, look,
What was
we
we supposed to
look
do?
right on the heart of 16th and motherfucking on 16th and Pulaski was the dollar burger joint. And then when price of inflation went up, it went to the $2 burger joint. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, you know, all profit is a profit. You get what I'm saying? Some motherfuckers get greedy, but then you gotta look at the mindset that these kids growing up of. Bro, nigga, I ain't never asked my mama for a goddamn crab boil. Motherfucker, like, bro, these kids be
Hold
wanting
on.
fucking, they be wanting crab rolls and surfing turfs and shit. And it's all because that's the way that they parents is raising them and shit. You get what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. Like I say, bro, at the end of the day, nigga, we had all that and we don't have it because niggas start spending their money in other places. It ain't no
Yeah,
way around. It ain't no
they
way
was charging
around it.
cheaper. They was charging cheaper. Listen, let me ask this the Bethany Cop Aborigine question. Y'all been around. Y'all done been around, right? Y'all done been here on this earth for a long time to see prices and inflation up and down 1,000 times, right? So would y'all eat a burger and some chicken for $2, good quality? Or would you stop at your Aborigine brother and sister and spend $20 for a burger and some chicken and their food don't taste better? What would you do? And you ain't got the money. What would you do?
Well,
I'm going to
when you know you only got a certain amount of money to spend, of course you're going to go to the place that's more convenient for yourself. That's understandable. I wouldn't knock that at all.
Right, and look, and we don't want to put the leads in them out of it because the black businesses they do house parties. They open up the fire hydrant. I don't know what y'all do in y'all neighborhoods, but they
They
used to
do the
pop that
same
fire hydrant.
thing.
Yeah, they used to cone off the thing. We used to have little mini block parties at the business, and the business would do little deals and stuff and give away food for cheap price. At least the Aborigine restaurants used to do that, but what happened was the food costed too much. It just started taking too long, and everybody started shopping. It was too much competition. It was way too much competition, and it
I'm gonna
wasn't
show you.
enough for us. It wasn't enough for us to support their business.
Let me show you something. And I'm gonna say this. Who said they live in Chicago? Watch this.
Do.
Okay. Now I'm right here in Detroit. You in Chicago, right?
Right.
You got Indianapolis right there close to you, right?
Nah, that's a little bit more down south, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay. Now check this out. Might sound a little crazy to y'all, but I know for a fact that if anybody want the best pizza in the United States, you better go to Chicago. I got brothers and sisters here, indigenous brothers and sisters, that at certain times during the year, they will drive to Chicago and get multiple pizzas. They make a phone call, and them pizzas is done. They bring them pizzas back. Now, we know that it is a 5.5 hour drive from Michigan to Chicago. And
Nah,
five and a half,
that like 2. Well, yeah, back and forth.
yeah,
Yeah,
five
back
and
and
a half
forth.
hours back. So
Yeah.
that tells you that when food is good, people will travel to get some good food now. Especially around football season. Because I know for a fact, now my man in Chicago, how many pizzas can you get in Chicago during football season, bro?
Shit, you get pizza all year round.
All year round. But
Yeah, depending on the spot.
come football season, them pizzas is made more during football season than they are made during any other time of the year.
Pizza and wings.
So I'm just saying, we can spend our money anywhere we want to and how we want to. But I agree with Jersey because he's right. If they ain't got it like that, they're gonna spend it at the most inexpensive place they can. You're not gonna pay that $10 for that hamburger. But now let me say this.
I ain't never spent $10 for a hamburger.
I'm telling you, in the East, when you over there in the East, because I'm from New York, I'm living in Michigan, but I'm from New York. Let me tell you something. It is expensive in the East. You go to New York, I guarantee you, you're gonna get up out of there in 2 days. You're not gonna be up in there no longer than 2 days. That's for real.
Shit, they ain't got nothing on California.
And the food out here sucks.
If I had to be forced assimilated to move to California,
I ain't
I'm
going.
I'm gonna have a TP. For
I
real,
ain't
for real.
going. I'm not going. I'm going somewhere like Oregon, Washington State, Idaho. I'm going that direction. See, I ain't gonna mess around there in California because I know that they so messed up in California. It is sad. And here's what's even worse. Don't be born in California and move out of California thinking you're gonna go somewhere else like Texas or Arizona or somewhere like that. You're gonna pay a double tax. You're gonna pay that California tax, and you're gonna pay that tax where you move to. That's how bad it
Huh.
is. Yeah, that's how bad it is for them Californians.
What do you mean they got to pay double tax? Like
No,
if they
he
move
he is
California,
not lying.
they still got to pay taxes in California.
That's right. They still got to pay that California
That's
tax for 10,
that's right.
for 10 years.
Let me say this, Cop Aberry. My man's right. He drive trucks. He got a ticket inside California, right? That ticket said if he don't get a new insurance that he got to pay $200 a month for, they gonna suspend his license. And inside of Cali, but he live in Georgia. He said, "How
That's
come?"
right.
He said, "How come he got to worry about Cali tickets more than anything? A Cali ticket, a Cali state could shut down your identity and license quicker. Even if you live inside a different state, Cali could dominate that other state and shut you down and make you pay on shit.
Well,
And you're
that's
not even
his
from that
fault, bro,
motherfucker."
because he's supposed to got the other license that can't be suspended.
Most people don't know. Listen,
California got 2 driver's licenses. They got one that can't be suspended. That's the one that everybody is.
No,
Hold on,
he
hold
lives
on.
in Georgia though.
But what I'm saying is this right here. He should have been operating under that other driver's license instead of the real driver's license. The real driver's license, yeah, you get what I'm saying? Uh, motherfucking that go from state to state, the record of, but then they got another driver's license that can never be suspended, and it don't show up in the system in other states except for it being a valid driver's license and shit. You get what I'm saying?
I know Arizona
And
got that driver's license.
Minnesota got it too.
I didn't know that, but I knew Arizona got it. That's what I do know. I didn't know California had it, and I didn't know Minnesota. That's new to me right now.
Yeah, I
But
know a few. I know a few of the guys who license was suspended in Chicago, and they went to Minnesota and got a driver's license. But the thing is, when they got pulled over in Illinois, that Illinois shit still pop up. So what I'm telling Jersey is, your man, with him being from California, he should have been operating up under the
He
one that
wasn't
they.
from California. He had the license and he was from Georgia. He got a ticket out there because he had to drop off a load. But what happens is California's so
A
ruthless.
CDL.
oh, he got a
Yes,
CDL.
CDL, that's
That's
he got a
why,
different.
because that
CDL,
goes through the department. Listen, bro, that's a whole different thing when you got a
DOT,
CDL.
Department of Transportation.
That falls
DOT.
through Washington, D.C. That thing is nationwide. So it don't matter where he at. He get a ticket, he better pay that ticket. I don't give a doggone where he at.
Yeah, that's a commercial. That's
Yeah, that's commercial there, bro. That's different. Oh, no.
But look. I haven't paid certain tickets and I dodged certain things in different states. But the most ruthless state I've ever driven in was California. With their speed limits and what they do, it's ridiculous. And see, they a blue
They
state
only
too,
do
right?
that.
You
They
think
only do that to the trucks though, bro. Cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'd have been coming from the mountains way up north down Interstate 5, nigga, doing like 90, nigga. I done got pulled over. They walk up to the car and I just look, I be like, yeah, you got me. Here you go. It's like,
I know when I was driving, I was out there driving that semi, and you coming down that mountain, coming out of Oregon, coming down that mountain, coming down into Los Angeles. Your
yeah.
truck better be at 30. Your truck better be below 35. I can tell you that.
Hey, hey, Cop Avery, let me ask you this, right? So apparently, allegedly, the most crime statistics, terrible statistics, high single motherhood rate, prison, drugs, is allegedly blue cities, democratic cities, and this is where quote unquote our people live at, right? How
That's what.
come? Now have you ever heard the saying from what's his name? It's a president. His name is Lyndon B. Johnson. He said, "I'm gonna have them niggers voting Democrats for the next 200 years."
No, that wasn't him that said that.
This is
That
a
wasn't him
quote.
that
Have
said
you ever
that.
heard that?
Wait a minute, I'm gonna tell you who said that. That he didn't say
Who
that.
said I'm gonna have them?
Nixon said that. Nixon said that. That's who said that. Tricky Dick said that. Had everybody shook up behind that.
After somebody say some bullshit like that, why would these niggas still continue to vote Democrat? And the crime statistics is so effed up compared to the red city statistics. Why would niggas still keep doing this shit? Why?
Because
Cause like free shit.
what you're talking about, bro, is something that went all the way back into the 1920s. Y'all know about, I mean, y'all done heard or read about what was called the Great Depression, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 1930s.
Yeah, because it happened in 1929, and the new the New Deal. Sister Bethy just not earlier. She put the documentation on the screen for everybody to see it. She did it the other day, and when we all went through it, I was like, I gotta have that. Well, anyway, if you all know about the was it 1.9 million Negro farmers? Well, that falls up under what they did back in 1932. The Negro farmers is who bailed the United States out. This is something that is what's hidden too or not spoken of. They bailed the United, there it is right there. They bailed the United States out of bankruptcy.
Only people that felt the effects of the Great Depression was poor whites and and as far as our people go was the ones that was in the inner cities. Outside of that, that shit didn't affect us.
No, I'm not. Wait a minute, bro. Let me finish.
I'm building with
So
you.
anyway,
I ain't going against you. My bad.
so what I'm saying to you, there were forces being worked on our people, our ancestors who had all this land. So what my man was just talking about, and that goes back into the 1930s because of the New Deal. But there was some shystiness going on. So over the period of years from 1932 all the way up to now, if you notice, there is nothing but wars going on. Well, if you read the Land Lease Act that was put in 1932, dealing with our so-called Negro farmers, is when they had got themselves together. They were supposed to return this land back to the heirs of this land, which is us. Well, in that same thing, it states that as long as the United States is at war, they would not have to return this land to us just yet. So go from 1930 all the way up to today. Has the United States been in wars? They never stop. Whether it's
Well,
big
all you got
wars
to
or little
do
wars.
is look at the pictures of who was on city council, where all the farmlands were owned, and the individual states and the individual municipalities who
Bingo.
served on city council in 1930 to 40. Here's 1939. Here's 1937. Here's 1935. Some of the pictures are not showing, but you can look and see. This is in Greenville, South Carolina. That's all you got to do is look who was on city council. These are the people who fucked over the farmlands. All
Absolutely.
okay, and that's pretty much across the states of how it affected this, which was in 1912. Okay, 1912. How in the hell did Negroes own? And this is a fact. 180,000 farms in the South. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah,
Free
I mean, we
Papa, you're
got
right. Ain't no,
we
no, you're right.
Who was
we
on city council? Go ahead, y'all got it.
this another thing that we leaving out, right? So I'm gonna start it with this. What happened when? What does it mean when a company filed for an IPO?
Wait a minute, say it again. When a company filed for what?
For an IPO,
IPO.
right?
Uh,
So all right, I ain't gonna hit y'all with the trick question. I'm gonna just get right into it. So when a company first start, right, it's privately owned, but sometimes companies get so big and so utilized across the nation. Hello,
You going, you
yeah,
going out.
yeah, okay. Somebody tried to call me. That's all that was. So what you have happen is that companies usually start off as privately owned, but some of them get so big and utilize so much nationwide and even international that a lot of times the government tried to force them to go public, which means that their stocks and their shares are tradable instruments up on this the stock exchange. So
When they converted to public ownership. But you breaking up. We can't hear you.
oh my bad, y'all you can hear me. You can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Have went out. You're
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about when they traded, right, to
right,
convert it
right.
to
So
public
what?
ownership.
So what happened was those deals that these farms made along with the USDA. They're the agricultural entity of the government, right? Automatically, once you start sign up for this entity, your farm get a part of this entity by default. It's already traded publicly on the stock exchange. Like every agricultural aspect of food, cattle, all that shit is on the stock exchange. This how they was able to manipulate, which is where your first what they call speculation come into play at, is doing with agriculture. And what happened? A lot of the things that we was the king of the agriculture, they came crashing down. You get what I'm saying? You had the cotton crash. You had the crash of the oranges, the sugar cane, et cetera, et cetera. Things that made us financially wealthy and stable came to a complete crash, and it was done deliberately. The moment that we start uh, intermixing our privately owned farms and shit with this entity of the government, not even knowing that it made our shit become publicly, which eventually started setting the market price for these goods. And what happened when they started doing speculation on the stock exchange? They can easily manipulate a stock to either rise or crash. Well, what's the benefit of its crash? Okay, it's crashing. These niggas is broke now because now the goods that they making their money off of is pennies on the motherfucking dollar. Now we gonna see how long they can last out, and then once we get as many of them as we can now, then we'll bring the price back up and allow somebody else to come in to be able to rip the benefits of some shit that you already have. I just want to throw that part up in there with y'all so we can understand some of the shit that transpired along with that.
Y'all got it.
no, I ain't disagreeing with him because you look on the stock exchange, that's exactly what you see. All you do is go into the commodities areas of it.
Mm. How about when Bush? How about when Bush went to? We can't even see you in Jersey's pictures no more. Truth. That's because y'all not signed into StreamYard or whatever. Um, how about when Bush went to uh United Nations to ask for sovereignty over American lands,
They told him
and
no.
they told him no because the Indians are still here.
Right. I remember that.
When was that? Like,
It was
he went.
it was right after 9/11 when he pulled that crap. I mean, just before 9/11.
He went to the United Nations, right?
Yeah, before 9/11. That's why I kept saying that crap that they pulled with 9/11 was the result of what they told him at the United Nations. Even though it was a bank robbery too, biggest heist ever. Because there's one building they refuse to even talk about. They quick to point them other two buildings out to you, but they sure don't point out that other one that supposedly blew up.
Yeah, yeah, the one that was blew up by bombs. On the video,
Yes.
you could see it never was even hit by no plane. It was just blew up by bombs.
Yep. That short
And it,
building over there. They call it Building
yeah,
8.
yeah, and uh, some of them buildings, I think actually all three of them. Matter of fact, yeah, all three of them. A J Squad member took out insurance policy on them buildings before they all got hit or blew
Well,
up.
all of them took out. Don't forget to say that. They
Yeah,
all them top heads took out insurance policies on
yeah,
those buildings before this happened.
yeah, and they hired
And
they hired. Go ahead.
and keep in mind, all of those J people, none of them showed up for work, but everybody else did.
That's right. They had Israelis filming the thing before it went down across the sea. I think in Jersey City.
In
It was
Jersey City, yeah, right across on that
yeah,
building.
yeah. They was filming it before it happened, and then when they was interviewed, why are you filming? What are you doing here? They say we celebrating what's about to go down because for so long we've been oppressed, and this is before the
They
damn thing
said
came.
because America and Israel are friends again. That's what they said. I remember that crap.
Yeah, and they hired people to go fix the elevators, but the elevator team was underneath a demolition team when you look at the paperwork. And this is all hired by the J Squad people. I had watched something, right? It was so deep. And then the thing I was watching, it showed how the J Squad turned the whole world against Germany. First, they messed Germany up. Then they turned the whole world against them, and then they fabricated World One and Two.
Yeah,
All that.
they did that. They did that right after shucks. What do they call that war after the Civil War? What was that next war? It didn't last long, but it
War
was
1812.
no. That's 1812. No, this I'm talking about this war in right after the Civil War. 19 what was it? The Spanish American War. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
That right there is what you're talking about. What happened with World War One and World War Two? Go look at the players of the Spanish American War, the one that they don't talk about, and we don't talk about it either.
But did y'all catch the? I apologize about that, man. Did y'all catch the grip for what I was saying about some of these tactics they use to get motherfuckers up off them damn farms?
Yeah, the biggest tactic they used was Ronald Reagan in 1982.
Nah, that shit.
Yeah, when they called in the loans.
Oh
See,
yeah. That was. I mean, it was a lot of things that they did, but
and look
that's
what they're
one.
doing now in the state of Oregon. They
Yeah,
did it
that's
again.
well. They had laws that told that that's a few different laws they had in Oregon dealing with our people. Like we had to leave the state. Any one of us caught in the state will receive a lashing twice a year for every year that he up in the state.
Do you know? Do you know who founded Oregon first?
Niggas.
What was his name?
I mean, they was already there.
No, his name. No, his name was
Yeah, they
George.
was.
No, bro. I'm getting ready to give you his name.
No, I got you.
He was what you call not a surveyor, but what do you call them people that a tracker? Yeah, he was like a tracker. No.
Pretty much a land surveyor. Yeah.
You remember? Wait a minute. No. You remember that movie Buck and the Preacher?
Nah,
With
I ain't never seen that
Hey,
before.
hey, Cop Aboriginal, you sound very familiar. Have you ever been on Sonetta?
no, I've
Okay.
seen Sarnetta's show, but no, I've never been a speaker on his show. No.
Okay.
But
Buck
but
and the
what I
Preacher dealt with this brother. He would help our people get to certain areas out in the West. And they really wanted to kill him because so they can march, they trying to get people back to their farms in Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. But anyway, this guy was that same guy, but he worked for this company out of New York. It was called the Hudson Bay Company. and that company is still around to this day. But his name is George Washington Bush. He founded Oregon,
Right.
but Congress took it from him. So he went further into the Northwest and he founded what is known today as Washington State. And he had wagon. What do you call them people that have wagon trains? That's what he did. He
Yeah,
led
wagon
wagon trains.
trail. Yeah, wagon
Yeah,
trail. Yeah.
yeah, that's what he was. And
Wait. So
he
you mean to tell me? Oh, keep going. I'm gonna ask you something.
But
Go ahead.
what I'm saying is this right here, right? I wouldn't disagree with what they saying on paper, but what I'm saying is we had people that was already there from the jump anyway. That's why damn near every major landmark, national park, waterway, creek, mountaintop, etc. Original names used to be Niggerhead Mountain,
yeah,
Negro Creek,
yeah.
Negro Path, Nigger Channel, Nigger Falls, all that shit. You know, they changed the names to be politically correct and also hide the fact that all of these sites and shit that niggas be going to visit every fucking year was named after the people that was already there. It's just like when people say, "Oh, John Baptiste founded Chicago." Yeah, you know, he went there, but he didn't found it.
No, he didn't find it because it
You
was
get what
already
I'm
built up
saying?
when he got there.
That's what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? That's
Because
that's all I was throwing in the mix with it.
well, the reason why I said that is to go back to what Sister Bethy was saying about the council, the city council, right? Well, George Washington Bush had his own city council in Washington State, and that's why they couldn't take it from him.
And hold on. Are you saying that was an Aborigine brother? That was an Indian man. That was
Yes, yes,
okay.
yeah.
The-
George Washington Bush. You can look him up.
Hey, Sister Betty, you busy? You still there, Sister Betty?
Yep.
Can you do me a solid favor, humbly, and I humbly asking you? You can just say no. Can you look up George Washington Bush, the Aborigine brother, and how the state of Washington and Oregon was founded by him?
George Washington Bush.
Yeah. I just got to see what the brother talking about. I've never heard this. I've
I got
heard of
this.
a Aborigine at George Washington. Okay, that's George Bush, but George Washington Bush, is that him? Cop Aborigine, is that him?
This,
No, they changed the face on that man. No, because that right there would be somebody would be known as a Mormon or somebody. No, a Quaker. Nope.
Yeah. I think you got to you typed it. You typed in George Washington Bush, right?
Yeah, that's
you
his
still,
name. That's his name. But what they did was is blacked out by whitewash.
Did you type in founded by? I mean, founded Washington and Oregon. I guess I had to do more research later on. Maybe.
Founded Washington State.
Yeah, go to all. Get out of images real quick. Go to all the way to the left. Up. All.
See, yeah, they're gonna show those kind of images. Years ago, in the '90s, the real one was shown up there when the internet first got started. Because we learned about George Washington Bush during Negro History Week, way back in the day. It was long before any Black History Month. We learned about George Washington Bush and what he looked like during Negro History Week.
Yeah, we gonna find that picture because ain't no way. Ain't no way we could just sit back and just let them just do whatever they want like that, man.
You can
Damn.
tell that's a Quaker or a Mormon. No, that's not George Washington Bush, the one I'm talking about. Oh no. The one I'm talking about looked like Dick Gregory.
Hold up, somebody came up, or did they just pop back on? That must have been true for Jersey.
No, it wasn't me, but I know for one thing when we talking about the housing, we gotta throw in the homestead acts, both of them, and then we gotta talk about redlining. You know?
How come you up here twice, Copper Aborigines?
Oh, I'm not up there twice.
Oh, that's Copper Goddess.
Yeah,
Oh,
she in the chat right now.
That's you, Copper Goddess? Your mic muted.
Oh,
Yes,
that's her.
it's
Yep.
me. Hello,
Oh, oh,
family.
oh, okay.
I just stepped through to drop something I found when I heard the brothers. I came back. I'm back in back on Indian business. I had to step away. How everybody doing?
We
All
doing good.
right.
We doing
So
good,
good
sister.
to see. The vibrations are still flowing. It feels so good. I know everybody else does too. We must embrace these educational moments we getting from the brother Aborigines. He's been here during different times when they were doing these treasonous acts about our identity and changing us like they're trying to do now. So give thanks, everybody. It's a very good feeling. It really is. But I dropped an article back here for the George Washington Bush that you guys spoke of. And I'm going to step back now because I'm stirring up some stuff and messing with pots in here in the kitchen, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, appreciate it.
Did y'all read what free
Got the same
uh
picture.
Papu is TV is showing?
No, what is he on his channel, or what is he showing in the
He in
comment
the chat.
section?
He in the chat. He in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. What is he showing in the chat? What is he saying in the chat?
It's not what he letting you know that they using the word African American for him when you know that's a nigga.
Right. We know that because in 1790 they never used African American.
Thank you.
But this looks like a black man to me.
Where?
Hey,
No, they don't
hey,
either. They
Kind
hey,
of
look,
look.
hey,
look at his
Right.
forehead. Come on now. Look at his
hey,
forehead.
hey, good catch, Free Papu TV. Good catch.
Yeah, see, they put the picture up there, but see, you can read what it says and know. And then, like I told you, he's from the Hudson Bay Company, right out of New York, right off of Hudson River. I know. We went over there to see it
Here,
on field
it's
trips.
saying so is this Foss, born in Pennsylvania in 1792, an African American father from India?
Yeah.
And Irish American mother. That's why I said, is he mulatto? One of the early permanent settlers. Puget
No,
Now,
Farm.
because that's why I told you he looked like the picture that we had when we were growing up. I could have sworn that was Dick Gregory, but it wasn't.
Mm.
But I'm just saying, you know, what they showed us, the older photo, what Miss Dowdell showed us of that man, it was an older photo, and he had gray hair and he had that gray beard on him, but he had that looked like one of them cowboy hats, old cowboy hat on him.
And now guess what? Lucky, not a coincidence. Shot son, Sean P, and all I'm gonna do tonight. They about to show the same brother and show how he was a slave and came from Africa.
This
Yeah,
brother
but we
wasn't from
already
no African.
we already bust their ass. We already got primary source that tells you that the Negro is not an African. So
Ain't that the truth? Put it
we
back
ain't
up
worried
there.
about that.
Put it back up there again, because see this right here, this article right here just crushed everything they got.
It's in the first paragraph. I don't feel like reading it. You want to read it?
No. It's at the heading. Just show the heading. It's right there at the heading. It just that knock everybody out the box. Negro race has billion in U.S.
But I think the kick ass is the first paragraph. Hey, Truth, you want to read it?
Oh Lord, have
That's
mercy.
the
Yeah.
drop ball buster. Oh, he ain't on. But it tells you.
Disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa. Absurd. What's that? I'm not close.
Impossible.
Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns. Which he owns in his own name is the United States is not what? East? Let me get close up on this.
Y'all said my name. I'm sorry. Y'all had walked away from the phone.
I said,
Yeah,
let
yeah,
you read the first paragraph.
Which somebody on this right here?
yeah, because it knocked all them Pan Africans out.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. This talking about the farms, the farmland, and how many farms we got and shit. Let me see. Kansas City, Missouri. So it clearly showing that it's more than one source saying the same thing because it's multiple papers that got the same article and shit.
Right.
So you know they always trying to talk about, oh, you only got one thing. Nah, man, it's like it's other ones as well too say the same shit, but
right.
Disenfranchise the Negro and send them back to Africa. Absurd, impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns.
In his own name.
In his hold on, in his own name in the United States is not easily be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not
his own?
Now think about what $1 billion is worth today.
It's trillions.
That's right.
Trillions.
We lost trillions of dollars alone.
What's gonna knock them out? Besides, the Negro is not an African. Uh-oh.
That's what I like. The truth.
He's an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? God no. Pan Africans and anybody conscious community, all of y'all. Y'all done. Y'all done. You thought us saying we was the American Indian had y'all shook up in 2016 and 17 and 18. Well, here's the knockout blow right here.
Tell the Pan Africans to bring their primary source that says that they are Africans and take this primary source right here and see who went in court. Tell them to bring their DNA test to the court and watch what happened. They're fake DNA tests.
Yeah, because this 1912 here, this is just one of them, 1912.
One of a bunch of them.
Yeah. Like I said the other day when we were going through this Sunday, or was it Saturday? Sunday.
And explain the governors in 1755 that are black.
Yeah, well, that too. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's before 1912. Way before.
Way before 1912. Way before that. Look at that. The office of black governor originated in Massachusetts.
Yep.
And then Connecticut, number 2. Then Rhode Island, number 3. Wait a minute, Sister Bethany. Remember that day we was talking, I was telling you about Rhode Island? About how they call themselves bringing in these so-called African carpenters. And they had to bring in, later on, they had to bring in some African women for them men. When all the time, come to find out, anybody do some research on the carpenters of Rhode Island, you'll find out those guys was from Georgia.
Yeah, of course. They try to, they want to hide their names. Just like in Connecticut in 1782. They put the Indians and niggers together. That ain't nothing but light Indians and dark ones.
Yeah. and when we found out about them brothers, I said, wait a minute, carpenters? Wait a minute.
There's
only one kind of people I know that dealt with wood.
That's a bar bus right there.
Yeah.
Right there is a complete bar bus.
Listen,
because they're both of these are descriptive terms. That is black Indian, and that's the white one, the light one.
Y'all, do y'all remember your great grandparents? Because I do. I remember mine. I remember.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
So get this. And I didn't know this until recently, because remember, just a few weeks ago, we had our family reunion in Huntsville, Alabama. Normally it's somewhere else. But for the first time in 20 years, I think, might have been longer, we had it back in Huntsville, Alabama. And we went over there to the old house, because the old house is still up, still running. One of my great cousins, he lived in the house with his wife and children. But the thing that got me, that I just thought it was something that was just a decorative on the porch, and I didn't get a picture of it because it was too late. There were 2 chairs on that porch. I had no clue my great-grandfather built them chairs. This is 2024. Them chairs.
Yeah, we were the builders. I mean, we did those things. I showed that before. Where is the other little one that I had? See, every time I always take them down when I think that it was enough, when there's enough is enough. But I show all that. I meant to show this to the other day when I was on Smoke Channel, how we had nigga products.
Yeah. Hey, y'all's grandparents, y'all's great grandmothers smoked that pipe. It was a made pipe by your great granddaddy, or she might have made it herself.
Man, I got elders that used to dip snuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That tobacco, real tobacco, not this crap that's out here now. We talking about that real tobacco out of North Carolina. If you want some real tobacco, that's where you got to go. They got a picture of this woman sitting on the porch in this same chair. You know, as you get older, you start to observe a lot better and a lot more. I'm looking at this woman sitting on this porch of her porch, and it was in the 1940s. She got that damn shotgun sitting there. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
She got that damn shotgun sitting there on the porch with her, and she's sitting there and got this damn pipe. And I'm looking at this, and I'm picturing this. I'm saying, I don't remember great grandma smoking no pipe, but I was only about 7 or 8 when I met her, right? But I said, I don't remember her smoking no pipe. But I do remember that shotgun on the porch.
Yeah, there was a mailman lady, right? A mail lady called Stagecoach Mary. Stagecoach Mary.
That's right.
She's always seen with a shotgun.
Tell the truth, bro. Come on now. Tell the truth.
Yes.
Tell them the truth about Stagecoach Mary. Stagecoach Mary.
Nobody had no problems with her. Go ahead.
Stagecoach Mary had 2 sawed-off shotguns on her side. She also carried that 6-shooter revolver in the front, and she carried on that stagecoach with her. It's called a Henry rifle. Y'all can look this rifle up because I got one right here. This a bad mamma jamma. It don't jam. And you can only get a Henry rifle out of Chicago, because other than that, you ain't gonna get it.
Hey, brother, can you please say bad mamma jamma like that one more time? No homo, no diddy. Say it one more time.
This a bad mamma jamma. This Henry rifle ain't no joke. I'm telling y'all, you can only, if you buy one, wait a minute, Truth is in Chicago, right?
Well, I'm in California, but yeah.
Oh, you in you in California. Who was in the chat that was in Jersey? My man with the saxophone. I think he was in Jersey. I mean in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Louis Armstrong.
Listen, the Henry rifle is made by you. Springfield, Winchester, none of them got nothing on this. None of them. We got these back in the 70s. We got them for Christmas. My uncle made sure of this. And I still got mine. I ain't never gave it up. And you talking about something accurate? You don't need a scope. Wherever you point it at, and you dial that in with your eyesight, you hitting it. If you got a good aim, you hitting it, regardless of where it's at. You hitting it. If you can see it, that rifle gonna hit it for real. This Henry is no joke. I tell people, please buy one. If you don't buy not no other rifle in your life, get this one.
Yeah, I know back in the day the products of everything was damn near better in my opinion. Like especially the car products, you know, a
Cause
lot of
they was
cars they were
American
plastic.
made, bro.
Yeah, the housing was a brick of stone. Now the housing is like polyester, damn near. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
everything
Sister
is
Bethy
little.
and them Sister Bethy and them up there in Connecticut. Quiet as kept. I hate to say it to anybody who don't know, but the older houses that's in Connecticut is the best built houses in America. Do y'all know why?
They stone.
Nope. Nope.
Wow.
Because those are cedar houses. They built from the cedar tree. They don't
So
rot.
why do they don't rot?
They don't rot. And if you ain't got the right nail going into that cedar, you're gonna mess that nail up. A screw will break if you ain't screwing it in right. Yep. Connecticut got the best houses in America because all them old houses are made out of cedar. You got to tear them houses down. You just ain't gonna just wait on it to decay. You can leave that bad boy empty. It's gonna be still there generations later. Yep. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, that's big. That's big. That's man.
Because those
Yeah,
people
so
up there are craftspeople. All of them are craftsmen, craftspeople. They
right,
know how to build for real.
right. It's like you know, and so we have to set up incentives for the youth or other people coming up that's alive right now. They don't got the opportunity to do these things because a man just ain't motivated like he used to be because it seemed like he don't get no rewards or benefit for doing what he do. Why would he want to get off the video? Okay, that's how he look. That's the George Washington Bush right there.
Hey, you see what True 99 said in the chat? There you go.
What
Tell
he
me
say?
that Joker don't look like Dick Gregory.
Is
But
that
that's
him
the
though?
picture that this is the man who became Uncle Tom.
Yeah. I said, tell me that don't look like Dick Gregory.
It
Well,
do.
hold on, but hold on, cop Aborigine, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's George Washington Bush. Is that George
No, it's
Washington
not.
Bush?
It isn't. No, that's not George
Okay.
Washington Bush. No. I said, look at him. If he
Yeah,
don't look
he
like
did
Dick
like Dick
Gregory,
Gregory. Yeah, he
yeah,
did.
that's way George Washington Bush kind of favored, like that.
Yeah.
See, we got
Uh,
we seen the photos of him in his older years. I didn't see him when he was in his younger years. She didn't show that to us.
yeah. I wonder if she ever pulled up Copper Goddess's article. Was
Oh,
that
I
I
don't
what?
know.
did. I did.
Oh, okay. I
And
was
I did his
wondering.
share screen. See the nigga with an A motorcycle
Right.
repair outfit. And it is a patent. They ain't shared this stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to share and smoke.
Now you do know what that is, right? When it said that motorcycle repair outfit, you know what they're talking about, right?
Indians.
Yeah, they're talking about the motorcycle that was called Indian, the Indian motorcycle.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about.
I'm pulling up more stuff.
Harley Davidson copied off the patent of the Indian motorcycle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they had copper Indian hair products for women and men. I seen that before. I seen like a play doll called a Papoose. There's this
I
doll
have
called a Papoose, but it was dressed up as a black, Aborigine sister. But she was in Indian garb. And then there's a nursery rhyme called Ten Little Niggers. but they changed it to 10 Little Indians. But they kept the pictures the damn same.
Wait a minute, say that
You know,
again. You seen it? Wait a minute, hold on. It said 10 little what at first?
10 Little Niggers. It's written by Agatha Christie.
That's right, because I'm gonna tell you something. In Detroit, there was a store. It's called Hudson's. Okay, now I know y'all know about the Hudson car, so now you know about Hudson's. He had a, like, what you might want to call a mall. But anyway, in the window of the store, that book was in the window, and it was called 10 Little Niggers. Well, there were some people that got upset about the title, the book, and everything else. So that's when we started seeing the 10 Little Indians.
Yeah, and the 10 Little, and the way they drew them, they was wearing that garb. Some of them had on feather crowns and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, but they look like Aborigine people. You understand?
But see, what they did was, you got to realize, with that one book, in America, it was titled 10 Little Niggers. In Europe, it's titled 10 Little Indians.
Well, the nursery rhyme came out on YouTube, right? It was on a channel, and they drew the pictures of the Indians, or what they call niggers.
There they go, right there. She's showing it now.
Well, yeah, that's the book. Yeah, that's the book right there. But there was a video that they took down. I have pictures of the video. They took this video down. They drew every single Indian as an Aborigine, as a quote unquote black person.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see. That's what you see.
Yeah.
They go to the book right there.
Yeah.
They go to the book right there. That's the book. It was featured in the window. In the window, like Macy's. That's what Hudson's was like, Macy's. And it was in the window. And that book was sitting there, opened up, with that title on there. These.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off. Keep going.
No. That's okay. These people just got pissed off about the title of the book. So what happened was, they removed that book, and then they put in the other one, said 10 Little Indians. See, to stop the nonsense, they put the other book in the window, 10 Little Indians, and everybody got quiet.
Yeah, they even sung a song about them too, because you got the nursery rhyme with the song, but this song was different than the nursery rhyme, but it was disrespecting quote unquote black men, Aborigine men, but they was describing them as fucking Indians at the same time in that song.
Are you talking about that cartoon that they made back in the 1940s or 50s?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think you're talking about the same thing. I'm talking about a song. It ain't got no cartoon to go with it.
Oh, okay, because I know Disney made a cartoon like that.
Yeah. They drew the Indians as black people sometimes.
That's right.
The whole cartoons. I seen it. I got it recorded. They said one of the singers was described as a little Indian boy, not Frederick Douglass. It was a Sammy Davis, Sammy something.
You talking about Sammy Davis Jr.?
Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah, they say he was always called a little Indian boy.
Because he let them know that's who he was. Because he let them know that's who he was. So did Chuck Berry.
Yeah, so did what's the rock and roll dude that be Hey Joe?
Fats Domino.
Hey Joe. Who sing Hey Joe? The guitarist. Nobody can fuck with him. Ben. I don't know, something Ben with the afro.
Oh, you talking about Jimi Hendrix?
Jimi Hendrix. He was in. Yeah, he let people know that too.
Yeah, he did. But he was also from Washington State. Does that tell you something?
Yeah, there go that George Washington Bush. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Do you know that man's descendants are still living in Washington State to this day? That's how I knew about him. Telling you, back in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, we had Negro History Week. And we had a very strong city council that made sure that the children learned who they were. This is why I say we got to get back to getting ourselves elected to these local seats. If you want change, we have to be about the change. We just can't We just cannot continue to go through the change. We got to be the change.
But we still got to incentivize the youth to be motivated and get off their ass because they
If
ain't
they see
motivated,
us,
man.
listen, if they see us get up off our ass, they'll get up off of theirs. We can't depend on the youth to do what we need to do for them so that they can do what they need to do for themselves and their children as they come along. We have to set the stage for this. What the youth see the adults do, they will follow. If they don't see us doing anything, they not going to follow. I mean, goodness gracious. BLM got all of them in an uproar across the country because of George Floyd. But other than that, that was a con game on our people. You see it because they ain't saying nothing now. They ain't said nothing in years.
Psychological operations.
So
Nope.
so we have to take that page, what they did, and use it for ourselves in our own communities, and let the youth be involved as we're doing this. We have to teach. We have to take it over and teach the young to do this, so when they start getting of some age, they can take our places in the city council, and they can teach others to do the same thing. They will follow. We have to use our strength and give them strength to follow. That's all. It's not as hard as we think it is. We have to get up and start moving. We have to start campaigning for our own communities.
Give thanks. May I speak, please?
Go ahead, sister.
Yes, I found that very phenomenal, Brother Copper, that you said that the strongest homes built in Connecticut were made of cedar. Because I was listening to something the other day on a video, and they said that DNA and gymnosperms are related, right? There's like there's like some type of human DNA and gymnosperms are like related. And I gotta find this article. I've been searching for it, but it's also a video regarding this. But my point is, cedar is a gymnosperm, and we know it is indigenous to the Americas. And our ancestors used it and always were around pine, and how the pine is the pine cone is a symbol of hospitality and these things that are related to us indigenously that they took away from us, and we should have been taught about, that relate us back to our country. And I was just trying to put two and two together. Is they knew that, genetically, to use that type of wood because it would last the longest. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then they have us worshiping the Christmas tree, which is also a gymnosperm, and it's in the Bible. So I'll just be trying to relate stuff. My mind be going. And when you said that, that just sparked something in my mind. And I was like, that's very significant, I'm quite sure. And I thank you for that information.
You're
I
welcome.
love the smell of pine.
Hey,
You know,
hey,
you know what though? Go ahead, sir. I keep cutting you.
no. I was gonna say, you know how in a lot of houses, you notice how like when you open the door, right, and you open it and it don't want to line up correctly, and then you got to kind of, when you close it, it give a different sound. Well, if you use the cedar for the framing of the door, do you know that thing don't sag at all? You ain't got to adjust it. You ain't got to do nothing. But that pine, I'm gonna tell you something right now. That's soft. It will over time. It will rot at the bottom on the way up. It gets weak because it's soft. and it holds moisture. Cedar don't hold no moisture.
And our ancestors also used the cedar boxes to keep safekeepings, things that were precious that they wanted to last a long time for preservation.
Yep. Anybody had a toy box when they were growing up?
Yeah.
A toy chest. The toy chest, I mean, not toy box, but the toy chest.
Yes,
y'all remember them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Remember those things?
Always at the end of our beds.
Yes.
Yes, Miss. Yes, Sister Betty. Yes.
Those boxes were made out of cedar. You could sit on them. You could jump on them. You couldn't damage that.
Yeah, it was
No
called
way.
a chest. That's right, just a chest.
And they made the house smell so good.
Yes, that's
And
true too.
we used pine saw to clean, and they tried to get us to stop using that. Remember? And bought all these
There it is.
Yeah, them other types of
Curtis, you got it right.
Yeah.
In certain areas, it's called hope chest. But where I come from, up there in New York, they called it a oh shoot, I forgot the name already.
We just called it a chest.
We just called it a cedar chest.
Yeah, cedar chest.
But yeah, they had different names for it. But that thing, you don't run into it though. Don't run into it.
Ooh, that shin action. Or that
Yeah.
toe.
That toe. Yeah, don't run into it. Remember the straps on it? For decoration, remember the straps.
Remember the old cars that our ancestors made? It was hard to mess up that damn metal.
I'm talking about the Tonka trucks and stuff.
Oh. I don't want to see
crash
another
them and they ain't have no disc, Cosmo.
Hey, look, man, my daddy damn near killed me one time. It was Christmas, and remember they had the big mint green dump trucks. And you could sit in them. They was big enough to sit in.
You could ride on it.
Laying on the floor. Man, I was playing around with it, going past his head. And I smacked that nigga in the head with that.
Oh man, you probably got tore up.
Hey, listen, he wanted to kill me. He wanted to kill me, man. That nigga was so bad. Sister Beth,
East.
How you doing? Copper guy.
I'm good.
Got up in here, Copper Aborigine. Hey, that's my guy right there. That's my Detroit. That's my big homie from the D right there. And and who else we got up in here, man? We got Jers, man. That's my man. Is that that's H.
We got Jers up in here. We got the Cat in here. We got Sister Copper Goddess, and of course, Sister Bethy at the helm.
Yeah, Chief Thunder.
What up, bro?
I had a question for you though, Cosmo Cal. I had a question for you.
What up though?
I know you rock with the Ash P. You prefer that over the KGV, right? The KGV mentioned cedar trees, if I ain't mistaken. It also mentioned gopher wood, and if I ain't mistaken, again, gopher wood is a type of cedar.
You gonna go to jail if you cut that gopher wood down. That's why I didn't mention it. You will go to jail if you run across a gopher wood tree and you cut it down and they see it. You going to jail.
Gopher wood is also indigenous to America. Down there in the Gullah Coast, Florida, Georgia area, Alabama area, that stuff grow all wild down there. But yeah, you can't cut them gopher wood trees down.
No, you going to prison. Anywhere in America, they find out that you cut one of them trees down, you going to prison.
It's like you ever seen them Canadian geese, like man, when they be crossing the road and stuff, you gotta stop. You know what I mean? If somebody see you hitting them, boy, you going to jail.
You going to prison.
For real?
Yeah, you going to prison.
Yeah.
You going to prison. Yes, you better.
Bro, they protect them Canadian geese, bro. You listen, you bet not even look at them wrong.
You can't hit them here in Connecticut neither.
Hey, Jersey, hey, like man, I could shoot you and get less time than if I hit one of them goddamn them ducks.
Yep, you better believe it.
Geese.
They going extinct?
They've
been watching them, like, you know.
They're a national symbol.
Yep.
In the West, that geese That ain't nothing to play with. Just leave him alone or her alone. Let them walk where they gotta go. Forget about beeping that horn or anything.
Yup.
Just let them go.
Yeah, but they be shitting. They be shitting everywhere.
That's
They don't
okay.
care. They don't care, bro. They
Better
don't
not
care.
mess with him.
Damn, bro. You better not hit that motherfucker. What you better not do. Excuse my French. You
No, for real.
better stop. You don't even blow your horn. Let them go and walk, do what they gonna do.
Gotta do. Yeah. Don't get out trying to shush them. None of that.
Yep.
Leave that alone. Somebody gonna call the game warden. You mess with one of them, the game warden coming to see you. Even if you at home, he coming to see you. And he gonna walk you out of there in handcuffs.
Yep.
For real.
Yep. That's facts.
No, leave that joker alone.
And you was but you was bringing up the cedar wood and in the Bible. Are you asking, is there something like that in Owaspie?
I'm just, I'm talking about ancient literature
Mm-hmm.
and how this tree that's founded here could be found in ancient literature, which they say is in other places in the world when it's really,
No,
it's
you
not
ain't gonna find no
originated.
cedar. You're not gonna find no cedar trees nowhere except here. And the ones that they took from here and they started planting them up in Russia. That's it.
And that they're the biggest trees in the Americas, period, by far.
What?
It ain't even it's not even close. Now the crazy part is the place where biblically they say these trees grew, Lebanon and all these places in the Levant. Man, it's a desert over there. So
That's
where
right.
they go? Where did they go?
They never had them. All they did was change the direction to keep us from knowing. All they did was change the direction mentally. To have us think that this stuff was somewhere over in the Middle East. Show me a cedar tree anywhere in Africa. Anywhere in Africa, Asia, or India. Show me a cedar tree. Australia too.
And then also we have also the oldest tree too. They call it the Methuselah tree, but I wonder what that tree is made of. And then we had the tallest and biggest trees. Besides, I think cedar is the tallest, but we also had the widest Mount Roraima in South America, right? Angel Falls. Still to this day, people do the testing on it. They say that was a damn tree. And then the movie Avatar was actually all the people that lived around it, because they say you never get sick on that shit once you lived on it. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that say the mountains that we see today are ancient trees.
Petrification.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a form of, what is it called? It's a form of what something. Let's say my bones last for thousands of years. What is it called when bones last for thousands of years? Fossils.
Being petrified.
Fossilization. Yeah.
Fossilization.
Yes, fossilization is a form of petrification. Is a form of fossilization. So no offense to Brother Sanchez when they make jokes about bones, but when you look up petrification, it literally says it's fossilization.
That's right.
And then not only that, first of all, they don't know what causes it.
Okay.
Right, and then secondly, bones are many times found in places where they shouldn't be, and where they should be, they are not found. So that shows right there, they never take into account the actual climate at the time. Right? They don't. Said event, And then what? You can also petrify a thing with heat.
That's right. Either heat, either real cold, or either real dry. Those are three climates right there. Or water.
Or water. You can cover it and put it in water. Yeah. And that's
then amber, the saps too.
Yeah, and the thing is, what petrifies, or first of all, turns a sap into a rock. Amber is a rock now, right? But it's tree sap. Initially, the process to save that or even create that counts for mass amounts of heat, pressure, and then one final key, water. Because where you find especially the greatest jasmine mounds and places are in old trees that used to be in watery areas. So it's seeming like these petrified bones and fossils, instead of taking millions and hundreds of years and tens and 20s of years to create, they are being made instantly. They are being covered and buried and cooked instantly. Right? So, and then you got to ask yourself, or let me just let y'all in on something. The same thing, the same exact force, right, that creates a desert or buries a pyramid in earth and mud where there's no water there in a desert, this is the same force, right, that creates petrified bones. But also, let me blow your mind, it also creates what we call sedimentary rock. See, a lot of people think sedimentary rock is made from water dripping over a stone and separating it somehow, and it's all going to its perfect atomic weight and all that. That's not, it doesn't do that in real life. No scientist ever has made a sandstone or a sedimentary rock from water. Yet this is what they propose. I'm telling y'all, it falls out the sky like molten lava. This event is called Eskra. And y'all don't got to believe me, but we just went through one just a little over almost 600 years ago. In 2048, or in 1448, 1450, we came out of one of these events. And depending on where you are in the world, this event is going to do a thing to your climate. A lot of people don't know, from roughly 1050 all the way into the 1400s, in Europe, they had a mini ice age. Did y'all know that?
I heard of it. I didn't see anything of it, but I heard of that. What you're saying?
We had a mini ice age that just stopped. It just stopped just a couple hundred years ago. As a matter of fact, at the same exact time, we see the South American landscape going from farmland to plain land, and now to what this new dirt that they got called terra preta. But terra preta is made from burning. You must burn old living tree, plant material, and it creates a substance called potash, right? But when you create potash in loamy dirt, it creates the best dirt on earth. Is super nitrogen based. It's called terra preta. I'm telling you, the science says in the last 600 years, South America, all of it,
the Amazon,
went from being cropped out, corn, yucca, yams, potatoes. We grew everything, right? It was the breadbasket of the world. You dig what I'm saying? Farmland. I'm talking about from Chile to Venezuela.
Yeah. No, it's some of it inside North America too. Terra preta, the black soil that grow things real quick. It grows shit overnight, damn near.
Yeah, and then they make it now. They make it now. This is why you ever seen them go into the forest and they'll set it on fire on purpose. That make what that creates is a carbon rich a soot. Black. Yeah. That soot is called pot ash. Right? Because it's made from old trees and plant material that actually burns, right? That goes right into the ground. It just lays on the ground, and once it's watered in, it gives the ground and the plant material extra nitrogen boost, and it grows stuff even more profusely.
I guess
you destroy it.
Well, that would explain the reason why Hawaii and Waikiki is so beautiful then.
Come on. And it explains why it has different color sand.
Yes. And it explains why they just hit them with that DEW.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so we all on the same level. If we up on the DEWs, then you pretty much up to snuff. You dig what I'm talking about? So we can go anywhere with this conversation. I'm telling y'all, I'm writing a book.
Can I say this?
Go ahead.
It's not ironic that the symbol, the pine tree, is the symbol of longevity.
And then guess what? You literally supposed to set them on fire. They drop their pine cones, and all of the pine cones grow.
Yes.
Because now it's in rich terra preta soil.
That's the difference between them and a gymnosperm and an angiosperm.
They will come right back.
Yes.
Like the brother was saying, this is the difference between hardwood and softwood, and the difference is the water it holds.
Yep.
That's the difference. But I'm telling y'all, I'm writing a book on the same thing. Because how do you think about this? We got La Donta, right? In Guatemala or Cholula. You dig what I'm talking about? Biggest pyramid. What we thought was the biggest pyramids. I know one that you could fit 2 La Dontas in it. And it's in,
What's that
it's
one?
in Asia.
It's in Asia, okay.
It's in Asia. You could listen. As a matter of fact, they got one so big, you can fit all 3 of the Great Pyramids in there and have room for 2 more. Listen, man, they always try to pigeonhole the Great Spirit. See, that's one thing an Indian always did. Could never trick an Indian with a god or a lord or
no.
Go ahead, 299. That's what's up.
You dig what I'm talking
Hot
about?
mic, my bad.
My bad. That's my phone. And we always knew that Geechee, the creator, made Manito, God. But what religion did was dumb us down and then convinced us to praise the God instead of revealing to Sister Bethy she is goddess. Instead of revealing to Copper Aborigine that he is God. Jersey, it is something it's a job. Like, man, God ain't nothing but a Walmart manager. It's a title that an angel, a one-time living man that dad raised up to a certain level, like school, right? And now he got a job, and it's called God.
Hold on, my love. Hold on, my loves, because we're way off of my topic, demolishing inner city hoods across the 50 states. Okay, we're
how about we
getting way off.
How about we would demolish these set up religions and enforced ideologies of these hoods in our mind? I'm gonna bring it all the way back for you, Sister Bethy. There you go.
I get it, but we've been on for 4.5 hours, and I'm about to do a redirect to Bap because he's live.
Oh, is he?